Chapter 301. This is Blood Vengeful Fortress. Lin Fan chased them away. Along the way, he had used up most of his rage points and they weren't able to provide any more. Small rage points. If not for the boring journey, he wouldn't have kept them here. This is Blood Vengeful Fortress. If you have any problems, you can find our fortress head. Zhou Fengwang stopped bleeding and his face was slightly ashen white. Till now, he didn't understand how someone so young could be so strong. At the same time, he understood that Lin Fan wasn't from Yellow Mountain Fortress. Yellow Mountain Fortress didn't deserve to have such strength. Fifth leader, why are you back so quickly? On the watchtower at the entrance of Blood Vengeful Fortress, the patrolling soldiers asked curiously. Didn't they say that they were going to fight Yellow Mountain Fortress? They came back so quickly. Was the Yellow Mountain stronghold really that weak? Zhou Fengwang didn't dare to reply. He just looked at Lin Fan like he was trying to see his attitude. But he noticed that Lin Fan was expressionless and didn't show whether or not he was going to tell him. I will go inform them. Zhou Fengwang probed. But Lin Fan still didn't reply. This made Zhou Fengwang feel helpless. He scolded in his heart. At least reply. If he didn't say anything at all, he was really panicking. Zhou Fengwang tried to walk towards Blood Vengeful Fortress. He turned his head with each step and realized that Lin Fan was still standing there without moving. He became bolder and his footsteps became quicker and quicker. When he maintained a certain distance from Lin Fan, he hollered, "Save me, someone is causing trouble in the fortress." Puchi. A cold light flashed. Zhou Fengwang maintained his running posture but his pupils constricted. Cracks appeared on his neck and then his head flew into the air. Shortly after, many heads flew up and spun in the air. They drew an arc and then landed on the ground. Many corpses fell to the ground and gave out a low thud. Calm. Lin Fan was really calm and there were no fluctuations at all. Why did he chop off their heads? Maybe he just wanted to see the ball that was tossed up. The people on the watchtower looked on in shock. They rubbed their eyes like they were seeing things. In that short moment. Dong dong dong. The deafening sound of the gong transmitted a signal to the people in the village that trouble was coming. Blood Vengeful Fortress was supported by Shidao sect. One didn't even need to look at them to know that they were the same as Nine Bug Gang. They weren't any good people. They would kill those who should be killed and leave those who shouldn't be killed. This small support system wasn't easy to use. Why did it have to be rage points? If he didn't need rage points, he wouldn't have spoken so much nonsense to them. Lin Fan raised his leg and stepped on the ground. With a kacha, cracks appeared on his toes. The ground split apart and a crack shot towards Blood Vengeful Fortress. The crack passed the fortress gate and it instantly broke into pieces. The crack continued forwards and the ground was split into two. In the end, it ripped apart the main hall. Who dares to behave arrogantly in Blood Vengeful Fortress? Instantly, an enraged roar rang out. The strength of the roar was not weak. The sound waves were like waves, surging out layer by layer, sweeping over. Lin Fan furrowed his brows. He felt a headache coming on. Did people like to shout and scream these days? Didn't they realize that their voices were ear-piercing or were they all deaf? He wasn't the same as before, he wasn't a normal person. He didn't even want to look at weaker existences like internal strength. Even if he stood there and allowed them to beat him up, they might not be able to break through his defense. But this person was not bad. Cultivation was a little interesting. It felt like internal strength but also like true essence. Half a bucket of water god essence realm? Instantly, a bunch of people charged out from the fortress. The leader had a dark and sunken expression. When he saw Lin Fan, he frowned. Who are you? Why did you come to my Blood Vengeful Fortress? He lowered his head and looked at the ground. To be able to cause such a terrifying aura, he definitely wasn't a normal person. If they fought, he might not be his match. But as the blood-vengeful fortress head, how could he be so easily intimidated? But when he saw the corpses on the ground and the heads, his expression turned cold. Fifth brother, he raised his head and stared at Lin Fan in rage. He didn't expect Lin Fan to be so vicious. He was even in their blood-vengeful fortress territory, wasn't he just slapping his face in front of him? Okay, don't ask me who I am. I will simply introduce myself, my surname is Lin Fan. My goal here is simple, which is to kill all of you or to be killed by you. I have no other requests. Lin Fan smiled, but the smile on his face was asking for a beating. Rage points plus 999 rage points plus 999 rage points plus 999 rage points plus 999 rage points plus 111. Ah! He fell like a cliff. He frowned and was a little unhappy. What was going on with these people? This blood-vengeful fortress was much weaker than 9-Bug Gang, too weak. Why did it feel like they were just hooligans? The blood-vengeful fortress members were furious. Damn! What an arrogant fellow, he actually said that he wanted to kill them. He couldn't take it. He really couldn't take it. Lin Fan raised his hand and a sword floated behind him. Haze! What was going on? He really didn't want to play with the sword. Why did he play with the sword? That didn't feel good. Forget it. Why did he need to care so much to deal with these weaklings? Blood-vengeful fortress head looked at Lin Fan in shock. He knew just by raising his hand that Lin Fan was really strong. His strength far exceeded his, so how was he supposed to fight him? Go! Lin Fan pushed forwards with his palms. The sword that floated beside him slowly spun and pointed at the blood-vengeful fortress members. With a shio, it broke through the air and struck towards the blood-vengeful fortress members. Be careful! Blood-vengeful fortress head exclaimed and didn't dare to be careless. He used half of his true essence to form a shield to block that terrifying strike. But anyone with eyes could tell that with such weak true essence, wasn't it just a dream to block the strike of someone who everyone called Sword God? Lin Fan's control was really amazing. He wasn't prepared to kill them and just wanted them to feel some pain and then earn a bunch of rage points. Instantly, blood-vengeful fortress head felt a sharp sword intent strike him. He hollered and pushed his fists forwards. A thin true essence shield appeared in front of him. One clash. With a kacha. The true essence shield was broken. With a shio, the sword light flashed and sliced his leg out of habit. Puchi! Screams rang out. All the blood-vengeful fortress members fell to the ground. They hugged their legs and screamed out loud. Even the veins on their necks popped out. How regretful, looking at the situation, you won't be able to kill me. Lin Fan shook his head and felt really regretful. He was just joking, so how could he treat those words seriously? He was a dual cultivation 5-element realm expert. How could such a realm be a joke? Not to mention one blood-vengeful fortress, even if there were 10 or 100 of them, they would still be the same. There was no difference at all. His rage points increased once more. Who are you? Blood-vengeful fortress head asked in fear. Why would such an expert come here? Moreover, their blood-vengeful fortress had never offended such a person. Lin Fan walked in the crowd and smiled. Didn't I tell all of you that I am Lin Fan? Why do you have such a bad memory? The current situation was not bad. He felt that if this continued, although he wouldn't be able to accumulate hundreds of thousands of rage points at once, slowly, they would explode. Blood-vengeful fortress was related to Shidao sect, so it didn't matter if they were wiped out. Who knew, they might even be helping the heavens. Our blood-vengeful fortress has no grievances with you, so why are you doing this? Tell me if you have any requests, I will definitely satisfy you. Fortress head was furious and really wanted to rip Lin Fan into pieces. But with the current situation, it wasn't a smart move to continue fighting him head-on. Lin Fan said, I don't need any requests. Rage, adjust your emotions. I just need your rage and nothing else. Do you understand? Fortress Head didn't understand his request at all. Rage? What rage? This fellow was just a lunatic. He felt that Blood Vengeful Fortress was targeted by a lunatic and that was just too dangerous. Damn. Don't kill me, I can give you a lot of riches. Fortress Head begged, but his eyes were filled with rage. He really wanted to kill this damn fellow in front of him. Lin Fan shook his head, I see money like dirt, so please don't use such lowly things to insult me. My fortress has a top beauty, as long as you let me go, I will give her to you. Shwa. Lin Fan couldn't help but pull out his sword and slice off one of his ears. Don't use your beauty on me, I have a firm martial path heart. Fortress Head was in a tragic state as he covered his bleeding ear. His ear was bleeding and his leg was bleeding too. If this continued, he would die from the loss of blood. At this moment, Fortress Head really wanted to die. Bastard. You don't want anything, so what do you want? Oh right, do you have a faction map? Lin Fan asked. He needed such a thing. If he had a map, it would be of great help in the future. He would be able to know what powers were around. If he continued to run around like a swarm of bees, he was afraid that one day he would head into the enemy's main camp and be surrounded by a bunch of experts. He would then be sliced to death. Fortress Head said right away, yes. Actually, what did he have? Who would have a faction map? What was the use of that? But to lure Lin Fan over, even if he didn't have it, he had to say that he did. Lin Fan knelt in front of him and asked curiously, really? Are you sure you aren't lying to me? I didn't lie to you, I really do. Fortress Head said hurriedly. Lin Fan smiled, okay, lead the way. If you lie to me, then I will chop you to death. When he heard that, Fortress Head shuddered. I am like this, I don't crawl. Lin Fan said calmly like he was talking about something really normal. Fortress Head dissed in his heart. Are you still fucking human? Crawl for me to see. But he had no choice, he could only crawl. Lin Fan looked at the people with broken legs and was slightly unhappy. Was his rage going to dissipate just like that? That couldn't happen. He raised his hand and slashed it down. Puchi. The True Essence sword stabbed into their palms and pinned them to the ground. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 55. It was still okay. He just continued to rage like that. Chapter 302. Can't you crawl faster? You're so slow. Did you not eat? Lin Fan rushed him. He crawled too slowly, just a little faster than a snail. If not for him wanting the map, he would have killed him with one strike. Fortress Head was furious. Are you even human? It is already the limit for me, who doesn't have legs, to be so fast is already my limit. His wound rubbed against the ground and it was really painful. He had already stopped bleeding, but now his wound broke open and fresh blood flowed out, forming 2 rivers of blood. A moment later. This is the place where you said you had the power distribution map? Lin Fan asked. An iron gate was embedded in the ground and it was tightly shut. If one didn't enter, one wouldn't know what was behind it. Right, the thing is inside. Fortress Head nodded his head and looked forward to Lin Fan entering. When he lowered his head, a fierce glow flashed across his eyes. Lin Fan had long since seen the other party's every move. What a clever little brat. He was so angry at me, so how could I not sense it? He squatted down and grabbed the iron gate. With a crack, he ripped it apart. A tunnel appeared in front of him. What a thick blood smell. Lin Fan covered his nose and waved his hands. He then looked towards the fortress head and was a little unfriendly. Do you think you are dumb, or do you think I am dumb? Such a thick blood smell, and you are telling me that there is a map here. He knew that people were lying with their eyes wide open. What was so good about lying? Although it made one feel good, it depended on whether or not one had the strength to do so. The tunnel was really dark and a thick blood smell surged into his nose. It seemed like there was a little danger within. He had to be careful and not be careless. Big brother, it is normal for there to be a blood smell. Our fortress is called Blood Vengeful Fortress, so if we don't have a blood smell, then how can we live up to our name? Fortress Head cried out and tried to argue for himself. He had to make Lin Fan believe him. Kiki. Lin Fan's smile was filled with wisdom. Was that really the case? Deep in the tunnel, an old man sat cross-legged and his body was soaked in a red pool of blood. The depth of the pool reached his neck. The old man seemed to be cultivating an evil technique and was absorbing the power of the pool. A thick blood mist spread around, making this place seem really terrifying. Woo woo. There was the sound of crying. Not far from the blood pool, there were many wooden cages. There were many children in the cages, both boys and girls. The oldest was 7 or 8 years old, while the youngest was only 1 or 2 years old. Who? The old man took a deep breath. The blood mist floating above the blood pool turned into 2 blood dragons and was sucked into his nostrils. Instantly, the old man glanced at the crying children and said in a low voice, "Little brats, shut up or I'll eat you." Wow! The cries grew louder. I want to go home. I want my mother. The cries of children could be heard in the secret room. Blood Vengeful Fortress was built up by him. He gathered a bunch of vicious people to find these boys and girls for him to use their blood to cultivate secret techniques. This was much better than searching by himself. It's too noisy. The elder's expression was one of displeasure, and anger appeared on his face. These little things crying was making his mind chaotic. It was better for them to all merge into the blood pool and become its nutrients. Over the years, his blood pool had been filled with the blood of countless young boys and girls. The bones had already turned into dregs and settled at the bottom of the blood pool. Just as the old man was prepared to attack, a piercing sound spread out from the distance. What is that? The old man was stunned. With a put-ong sound, something fell into the blood pool. When he saw who it was, the old man was furious. Save me! The stronghold master cried out. The other party was a complete lunatic, sick, and crazy. He had never met such a person before. Filthy thing, get out of here! The old man waved his arm and with a loud explosion, Fortress Head flew out from the pool and smashed into the wall. His waist and the wall broke and he spat out fresh blood. Fortress Head looked at the old man in disbelief. Like he was saying, "You old thing, you're so cruel. I snatched so many young boys and girls for you, but you made me smash into the wall and die. You deserve to die." But before he said those words, he died. He didn't die in the hands of others, but in the hands of his own people. The old man noticed that Fortress Head's legs were gone and was shocked. What happened? Did someone? At that moment, he looked towards the entrance of the tunnel and an aura swept over. It was strong, not weak at all. Who is it? The old man was shocked and furious. His aura boiled and the secret room shook. Many pieces of stone fell from above. Many of them landed on the wooden cages that locked up the kids. When the gravel fell to the ground, it was crushed by another aura. Outside. Why are there kids? Lin Fan was curious. This blood vengeful fortress was interesting. Did they have a special hobby? But when he thought about the thick blood smell, he understood. What replaced it was rage. He wasn't a fool. Why did they capture so many kids? It was definitely for cultivation. Scram out. Lin Fan hollered in rage. His voice spread into the tunnel. He wanted to earn some rage points. Who knew that he wanted to help the heavens kill demons and monsters? If his guesses were correct, then he would torture the people outside. Letting them die too easily would make them feel better. Instantly, a person swept out from the tunnel. He was really quick and didn't say a single word. Before he even faced Lin Fan, he slapped. A blood-colored light dyed the dark tunnel red. Lin Fan slapped forwards. Two palms clashed. There was a low explosion and it was really heavy. Lin Fan, on the other hand, floated up and landed steadily. Old man, that's interesting. What are you doing in there? You're so sneaky. The smell on your body is really pungent. How long has it been since you last bathed? Lin Fan pinched his nose and revealed a look of disgust. However, his expression was slightly solemn. It was a thick blood smell. How much blood did it take to form such a thick stench? Rage points plus 999. As expected, he wasn't a good person. They just met and just said a few words and he was filled with killing intent. His rage points also rose to 999. Kid, you are asking to die. The old man frowned as he looked at Lin Fan. Where did this kid come from? He actually dared to behave so arrogantly here. Oh, that made sense. This was Blood Vengeful Fortress and he definitely didn't know that he was here. If he knew, even if he was 10 times more bold, he wouldn't dare to behave so arrogantly. Lin Fan didn't expect to meet an expert. The old man in front of him gave him a feeling that he was an expert. But luckily, he wasn't a terrifying person. If he was like an 8-star general or 9-star general, he would be in danger. Old man, where did you come from? Lin Fan asked. His aura gave him a familiar feeling like he had seen him before. He recalled. That Xiedao sect expert in Black Mountain. The aura that the old man gave off was similar to that Xiedao sect expert, or maybe they came from the same source. The old man laughed coldly. You don't have the right to know where I came from. When I send you down, then I will tell you. If you don't want to say, then don't say. Why are you so arrogant? Isn't it just Xiedao sect? It isn't like I haven't killed people from your Xiedao sect. Lin Fan smiled. To the old man, those words were like a provocation. With a pang, the old man stepped on the ground and instantly a red light boiled. It tore the ground and struck towards Lin Fan. Amazing, your control of true essence has reached a really high level. Lin Fan exclaimed. Whether or not he was an expert, he would know once he attacked. Lin Fan hollered and punched the ground. With a puchi, his aura pressed down and a strong shockwave swept forwards, clashing with the red light. Shwa! Lin Fan disappeared from the spot and instantly appeared behind the old man. He punched forwards. Void True Sense, Void Dragon. A void dragon appeared in the air and pierced through the old man's body. But the old man's body seemed to be formed from blood. The void dragon pierced through and disappeared into the air. Lin Fan's expression was solemn and a cold glow appeared behind his neck. Mixed energy broken jade hand, his fingers were really strong and nothing could break them. He instantly turned around and clashed with the blood light. The two powers clashed with one another, forming a shocking aura. At the same time, sparks flew. The old man had the upper hand. This old man should be Yin Yang realm, a realm higher than me. But he definitely isn't domain realm. If he was, it wouldn't be so easy for me to fight him to such an extent. Lin Fan thought about it and slowly saw through him. But now wasn't the time to think about such things. It was time to beat the old man up. Old man, did you not eat? You are so weak. No wonder you have one foot in the coffin. I can understand you. Lin Fan's body was like that of a ghost. He was really quick and flashed in the air. His battle with the old man entered an intense state. Rage points plus 999. The old man was furious. What a stubborn kid. Pang. A low sound spread out and a bright light exploded out. Lin Fan bent his body and his legs landed on the ground, forming two long marks. He placed his arms in front of his chest and waved them to dissipate the aura. He then slowly got up. Not bad, you have some strength, but it is not enough. After understanding the situation, the old man should be at middle yin-yang realm. Luckily, he was a dual cultivator, otherwise, he would have been crushed by him. Kiki. Unfortunately, that was impossible. Lin Fan hollered and his expression became vicious. A thick aura exploded from his body, causing the ground to shake and crackle. His god body shook and the space around him was disturbed like it was being burned by flames. True essence boiled and wrapped around his body. All the cultivation techniques he learned were decent and he activated them all. The old man looked at Lin Fan solemnly and frowned. What a strong aura. Where did this kid come from? He definitely wasn't a normal person. Was he an old man who had returned to his youth? Impossible. His bone age was there, so he was a young kid. To be able to cultivate to such a realm at such an age, what kind of genius was he? The key was, he smelled the scent of a virgin. The kid in front of him hadn't lost his virginity. Good job, he sent himself to him. With a loud rumble, the building collapsed and buried the old man. Patter. The old man hollered in rage and flipped the wooden pieces off his body. But when he looked at Lin Fan, his expression changed. At this moment, Lin Fan raised both of his palms as countless legendary swords floated out from behind him. These legendary swords were spinning at high speeds. Go! Xiao! The divine sword, which was spinning at a high speed, attacked the old man continuously. Equals, Sigma, for all, winky face rumble. Rumble. An explosion rang out. That entire region had been locked down by Lin Fan. No matter where they fled to, they would have to face attacks. Ah! The old man hollered in rage. A bright blood light broke out from his body and tore through the dust. Some of the blood light was like lasers that shot towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't dodge. His body shook and he blocked it. With a pang, the blood light struck his chest. A shocking power spread over and Lin Fan retreated. Who? Lin Fan spat out a breath and blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. It was a little interesting. God body cultivation rose to such a realm, but it wasn't invincible. If he took it head-on, he would still be injured. However, the injuries weren't serious. Interesting. He praised it slightly. It was indeed not bad. Kid, do you really want to be enemies with Shidao sect? The old man hollered in rage. His expression became more and more vicious and his eyes started to turn red. Lin Fan smiled, Ayaya, your words aren't so nice. I am beating you up and not Shidao sect. If you are afraid that you can't beat me, then kneel down. I swear that I will only chop off your 4 limbs and not one more. How about that? Old man, for all, rage points plus 999 rage burned in the old man's body. He was really furious. He said so much not because he was afraid but because he didn't want both sides to be injured. Who knew that this kid would actually think that he was afraid? Kiki. Arrogant, ignorant. Lin Fan realized that the aura that he gave off was a little off. Hung long. The sky shook. The clouds spun. Kid, you have totally infuriated me. Now, let's feel the terrifying presence. Yin-yang and 5 elements appeared. Lin Fan realized that the space around him changed slightly. This was a change in realm. He could feel the power of the 5 elements boiling. At the same time, yin and yang wrapped around him. Die. The old man hollered in rage. At that moment, there was a tremor. Lin Fan's legs sank into the mud. The mud was like a mudslide and a blood-red color appeared. His legs seemed to be grabbed by something and were being pulled in. Shortly after, many small red particles appeared in the space around him. These red particles contained a terrifying power. Lin Fan's expression was solemn and he didn't dare to underestimate it. Reverse heaven and earth. Hung long. With Lin Fan at the center, the space around exploded. A terrifying shockwave swept forwards, forming a mushroom cloud that surged into the sky. In the distance, Yellow Mountain Fortress rushed towards Blood Vengeful Fortress. They were still a distance away and when they continued, they felt like the world was flipping. The ground started to shake. He raised his head and a mushroom cloud appeared in front of him. Everyone, hashtag, it was like they had seen a ghost. Although they didn't know what was going on. But the phenomenons in the distance caused their mouths to open wide and they were filled with terror. What was going on? Isn't he dead? The old man panted and looked at the center with a solemn expression. His true essence was being consumed quickly. Even if he could replenish it from heaven and earth, it couldn't keep up with the consumption. Where did this kid come from? His realm isn't as high as mine, so how is he so strong? The old man thought about it for a moment. He came to a conclusion. This kid definitely had a fortuitous encounter, which was a fortuitous encounter. Uncontrollably, this deepened the old man's desire to kill Lin Fan. Suddenly, the old man felt the world spin. A shocking power wrapped around him, reversing yin and yang and the 5 elements. This wasn't caused by realm, this was Peng. The moment such a thought appeared in his mind, the old man felt a shocking aura strike him. Lin Fan appeared in front of the old man. He clasped his palms together and pressed forwards, smashing into the old man's chest. There was a loud explosion. The old man was smashed to the ground. Old fellow, what an amazing move. I nearly fell for it. Lin Fan had many injuries on his body and they were all fresh. He originally underestimated him, but now he didn't dare to underestimate the old man in front of him. He was really amazing. If he was careless, the old man could really turn the situation around. At that moment, Lin Fan didn't hold back and didn't care at all. He used all sorts of techniques on his body. With Lin Fan at the center, the surrounding phenomenons were shocking. Demon ape, lightning, golden sun, void dragon, the ground was shaking. An old man was being beaten up here. That was something that the heavens couldn't tolerate. Pang! Lin Fan hollered. He clenched his fingers and gathered all sorts of special true essence on his fist. He gathered them all together and punched the center. With a loud explosion, a violent power struck everything. The surrounding ground cracked and then shook. Numerous pieces of dirt rose into the air. Whew! What an intense combo. It seemed like the old man was basically finished. Although he wasn't tired at all, his heart was. Bullying old men wasn't his style at all. So, it was good that it ended early. Rage points plus 999 inch. You really have a tough life. You are old but not weak, your body is strong. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fan smiled. He suffered such a violent beating and still had the strength to provide rage points. That was worth praising. Good job. A gust of wind blew over, dispersing the thick dust. Lin Fan searched but he really couldn't find the old man. This hole was a little huge and if he didn't pay attention, it would be tough to find him. He took a close look. Hua! Good fellow, so he was here. He nearly couldn't recognize him. The old man's body was covered in blood. Everything around was dyed red. Oi, are you done or not? While you're still breathing, hurry up and tell me. Do you want me to bury your body, Or do you want me to leave it in the wilderness and let the wild dogs come and bite you? Lin Fan asked. He was a humanitarian person. Even if he was from the evil sect, he wouldn't say that he was disrespectful to corpses. Rage points plus 999. If the old man had some scion bloodline, he would definitely roar in rage. His body would be covered in golden flames and blue lightning. Unfortunately, the old man didn't even have the strength to roar, much less transform. Lin Fan stood there and thought about it. What should he do? Should he just solve it like that? Suddenly, he realized that the situation was a little off. Ah! The old man really roared like he was about to explode. That shocked Lin Fan. He was already like that, so where did his strength come from? Pang! Pang! A low sound spread out. He was stunned and noticed that the old man was covered in a red mist. His entire body was wrapped up in it. Damn fellow! The old man gritted his teeth. He needed a long time to recover from such injuries. However, he was now consuming all of his true essence and physical strength to use a secret technique to repair it. The side effect was that it could only last for an hour. At that time, his entire body would be powerless, and his true essence would be emptied. Even a child would be able to kill him. And now, this was his only chance. Pang! The old man recovered and flew into the air. What cultivation technique is that? Lin Fan was shocked like he had seen a ghost. He was beaten up to such a state and could still recover. I want it. Kid, I want you to die. The old man hollered in rage. A terrifying power spread out from his body. Lin Fan's expression was solemn. It was obvious that another battle was about to occur. Since that was the case, then bring it on. But suddenly, Lin Fan was stunned as he stood on the spot. The old man, who looked like he was about to use a huge move, didn't say a word. He didn't even turn his head and just dashed into the distance. Lin Fan reacted and chased. He hollered in rage. Monster, where do you think you are going? Chapter 304. The people from Yellow Mountain Fortress charged over. They knew that something had happened to Blood Vengeful Fortress, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a situation. At the start, they didn't dare to charge over. They waited in the distance for a long time, and when they realized that there was no movement, they sent scouts to scout the situation. The scout was sneaky and really cunning. He didn't dare to head into Blood Vengeful Fortress to find out what was going on. He only dared to hide in a hidden place and watch. At the start, when he heard the screams, his heart hurt. Were those the screams of our men? Then, he realized that they weren't. Those screams weren't familiar. He snuck forwards, and when he saw the scenes ahead, he was shocked. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He crawled and rolled to inform everyone. Damn! He really saw a ghost. When the scout brought news back, everyone was shocked. Yellow Mountain Fortress head brought everyone to the scene. The people from Blood Vengeful Fortress cried out like they had been tortured. What happened to them? The people from Yellow Mountain Fortress discussed. Blood Vengeful Fortress was really strong, and even their Yellow Mountain Fortress wasn't their match. But if not for Blood Vengeful Fortress snatching their kids, they wouldn't have risked their lives to fight Blood Vengeful Fortress. That aura. Someone must have come to Blood Vengeful Fortress to take them down. Be careful and search for the kids. The fortress head instructed. No matter what happened, they couldn't be careless. After all, this was Blood Vengeful Fortress, and it wasn't a random place. Father, what about these people? The girl asked. She was shocked at the start, but she quickly recovered. She cheered in her heart. Who was the one who wiped out such a vicious stronghold like Blood Vengeful Fortress? Kill them all, don't be soft-hearted. The fortress head thought about it for a moment and decided on the life and death of these people. These people were all from Blood Vengeful Fortress, and each of them had several lives on their hands. Leaving them alive was a problem. When the people whose hands were stabbed by Lin Fan heard this, their bodies shuddered and they looked at the Yellow Mountain Fortress head with hatred. You are so vicious. Don't kill me, I am innocent. Yellow Mountain Fortress head was too lazy to say more and just waved his hands. Everyone hated Blood Vengeful Fortress, so how would they show mercy? Father, these swords are. The woman wanted to touch them, but was stopped by the stronghold master. Daughter, don't touch them. These should be divine swords condensed from Jin Yuan, and they contain the opponent's sword intent. Don't touch them. The stronghold master's eyesight was still good, and he could see through the true nature of these divine swords with a single glance. Experts were all arrogant. If one were to casually touch the things left behind by the strong, it might be a provocation to the strong. If Lin Fan knew about this, he would probably be dumbfounded. He really didn't have such thoughts. It was just that he had forgotten about these true energy swords. Not long after. I found the passage. The children are all inside. The stronghold master and the young master are also inside. When everyone heard this, they immediately rushed over. Not only was the young master there, but their children were also there. That damn Blood Vengeful Fortress. They didn't bother with each other at first, but who knew that they would snatch their kids? This was why they wanted to go all out against Blood Vengeful Fortress. The smell of blood in the passageway made them feel uncomfortable. When they saw the blood pool, all of them were shocked. This was all fresh blood. How many children were needed to fill up such a pool? What an animal! The stronghold head was furious. Seeing that the Huangshan Fortress kids were fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he was really curious about that mysterious expert. Who was it? If they relied on themselves, even if they went all out, they might not be able to take down Blood Vengeful Fortress. Father, I am afraid. A chubby kid pounced into the stronghold head's arms and cried. Stronghold head said, Father is asking you, what happened? Dad, I don't know either. Suddenly, someone flew in. Then, there was a bad grandpa in the blood pool. He slapped the person who flew in there and then went out. Then, there was a very, very loud sound. It was really scary. Stronghold head looked to the side. That legless male, wasn't he the Blood Vengeful Fortress stronghold head? How did he die? At the same time, he knew that it was impossible to get any information from his son. Old man, don't run. Lin Fan didn't expect him to actually run. As an elder of Shidao sect Blood Demon faction, you actually ran. Don't you have any face? The old man didn't even turn his head and just fled. He didn't expect the kid to be so amazing to nearly kill him. He had an hour to flee. But why didn't this kid have the mentality to let people off? Why did he chase so closely? Kid, why do you have to do that? I am a respectable person. Let's forget what happened today. From now on, my Shidao sect will owe you a favor, how about that? The old man hollered. Fuck your mother's bullshit. Stop right there. Lin Fan chased. As for favors, there was no need. That thing was just too fake. Last time at the 9-Bug Gang Division, that Shidao sect disciple gave him a token and said that Shidao sect owed him a favor. Based on what he said, Shidao sect owed them too many favors, right? I gave you face, but you don't want it. Good, as long as I can escape, I will fight you to the death. The old man was furious. He was an elder of a strong sect. Even if it was an evil sect, he would have a lot of face no matter where he went. He tried to speak nicely to this kid, but he didn't respect him at all. How arrogant. Don't fight to the death. Let's fight now. Lin Fan said kindly. Scram. The old man replied with just one word, it was really overbearing. Lin Fan was furious, damn. At that moment, the old man felt a sharp sword intent and blade intent condensing behind him. He turned his head. However, he was startled. Only to see Lin Fan holding a blade and sword. The originally ordinary weapon was now giving off an eye-catching glow. Stop right there. His arms shook like he was chopping meat. The blade and sword shook quickly and slashed out many blade lights. The sword light formed a net, covering the entire sky. This. The old man was stunned. This was just too terrifying. Who was this kid? Such sharp sword intent and blade intent, and it was so frequent. Could he really handle it? However, to the old man, this might have been a chance. Even if one's true essence was extremely thick, there would be a time when it would run out. Good, since you like to block my path, then I will let you block me. Once your true essence runs out, you will die. Damn, old man, if I catch you, I will teach you a lesson. Lin Fan hated people who fled from battles. He didn't have any courage at all. Since he left U City, he had fought so many battles and he had never retreated. Including the battle with Maigu City, he fought to the death. However, someone saved him and sent him away. That wasn't what he wanted, so that time didn't count. But looking back, there really wasn't such a situation. The old man's expression was solemn. He had to kill such a person as he was too terrifying. Otherwise, if he was given a period of time, he would ascend to the heavens. Moreover, this kid was a virgin. If he used his blood to cultivate, the effects would be amazing. If he really couldn't, he could exchange with Xiedao Sect's Yang replenishing Yin cultivator. Letting this kid become a furnace was a good choice. A long while later. The old man was about to go mad and he wanted to holler in rage. What kind of monster were you? The blade light and sword shadows behind him didn't stop and continued to slash. He was about to collapse. If they continued to chase each other, he would eventually be caught up. Ah! The old man hollered in rage and turned his head. Kid, I am going to fight you to the death. Pang! The two of them clashed with one another. The shockwaves caused the surrounding space to shake and then cracks appeared. Source technique. Lin Fan took it head-on and punched the old man. The old man didn't back down and slapped towards Lin Fan. Pang! Lin Fan's chest was smacked while the old man was punched in the face. The two of them fought from the sky to the ground. They stood on the ground and directly dealt damage. The fists were traceless. Lin Fan's arms were like machine guns as he smashed forwards. The old man did the same too. The ground that the two of them were standing on continued to sink. Muffled sounds akin to firecrackers rang out incessantly. Shockwaves rippled out like waves, rippling outwards one after another. Hung long. Instantly, time seemed to have stopped. Lin Fan punched the old man's face and the old man punched Lin Fan's face. The two of them stopped. With the two of them as the center, numerous scythe-shaped wind blades swept out. They spread out and sliced the ground into several pieces. From a visual perspective, the special effects of their battle were really bad. There wasn't any bright light and one couldn't see their fists and legs clearly. It was really blurry and one didn't know how to look at it. But from a closer look, one would notice that the old man's pupils were all white and his mouth was open. White energy was coming out from his mouth. Lin Fan twisted his head and then slowly moved it back. His lips curled up and he smiled. Old man, you are just so. With a pata. He grabbed the old man's wrist and slowly pressed down. He moved his jaw. It was really painful to be hit. Internal and external cultivator, he had never been afraid of anyone. Although he would be injured, if a guy wasn't injured, then he wouldn't be able to display his charisma. The old man felt powerless like he was about to collapse. His knees bent and he knelt in front of Lin Fan. His hands hung down and he lowered his head as he fainted. Who? Lin Fan rubbed the muscles on his body. It hurt, it really hurt. Even if he was a dual cultivator and his body reached middle 5-element realm, he wasn't immune to pain. However, he could still bear with it. True Heaven Body secret technique healed his god body. It was much more comfortable and it wasn't that painful. There were still some injuries on his body, but slowly, he would be able to recover. The reason why he had been chasing after the old man all this time was because he needed the mysterious technique that the old man had displayed earlier. It was just too overbearing. He was beaten up so badly by him and was actually able to recover. However, he definitely had a request. Although he didn't know what it was. That didn't stop him from wanting to explore. However, the old man's cultivation was middle yin-yang realm, which was different from what he expected. He knew that he could beat him, but the old man was a little weak and couldn't last long. He lost too quickly. Was it because he didn't rely on his own cultivation to raise his strength? That was possible. If he wanted to get this technique from the old man's mouth, he had to do something special. He. He squinted his eyes and gave an evil smile. Tomorrow night, I will participate in the competition between Qitian and Douyu. Come watch me kill them. Chapter 305. It was a little cold, really cold. It felt really cold and the wind was really strong. Am I not dead yet? Maybe that kid thought that I was dead and didn't care about it. Luckily, as long as I was alive, everything was okay. The old man opened his eyes and the scene in front of him was a little off, like, Pata. Ah! The old man seemed to have been agitated and screamed in panic. Damn! When he opened his eyes, there was actually a human face and it was really close to him. He was about to be scared to death. Wait! The old man panicked. Wasn't this the kid just now? How was it him? Heavens, earth, please save me. You are awake. Lin Fan returned to his original spot and sat on a stone. In front of him was a fire pit that was burning. There was a blade on the rack and on the blade were pieces of fatty meat. There was a sizzling sound and the fragrance of meat spread out. He was self-reliant and found his own ingredients. How could it not be fragrant? The old man didn't say a word and just looked at Lin Fan in a daze, like he was still in a daze. After a long while. What do you want? Wait. The old man was halfway through his sentence when he felt that something wasn't right. He lowered his head and unknowingly, his clothes had been removed and he was only wearing a piece of cloth at his crotch. It was a huge insult. The old man twitched like he couldn't breathe. He was nearly angered to death. Don't slap me, come over. If you have something to say, let's talk about it. I am not an unreasonable person, so why? Do you eat meat? It smells good. Lin Fan picked up a piece of meat and placed it in his mouth. He nodded his head. It was delicious. After an intense battle, he needed to replenish his stamina. The old man didn't continue to slap him. He just looked at Lin Fan in rage. I have no grievances with you, so why did you treat me like this? I am not a petty person. As long as you let me go, I will let bygones be bygones, such as, Pa. Lin Fan didn't say a word. He picked up a bottle of water and poured it on him. You are still asleep, right? I will eat something first. Talk to me when you wake up. He felt that this old man's brain was a little off. What was going on? Can't you see it with 3 eyes? Fine, I'll forgive you for not being able to see with 1 eye, but the 2 eyes in front of you are really blind. When had the old man ever been treated like this? In Shiedao sect, which disciple didn't treat him like an ancestor? Now he was tied to a tree and even stripped. If the heavens had eyes, they would have sent down a bolt of lightning to strike this bastard to death. At this moment, Lin Fan did not care about the old man. When he ripped off the old man's clothes, he searched carefully but did not find any secret manuals. That was right. Who would be crazy enough to bring secret manuals outside, especially people from big sects? If he wanted to know the secret manual, he would have to pry it out of the other party's mouth. It was extremely difficult. However, it wasn't that he wasn't confident. He just needed some time. Based on the other party's experience, it would be difficult to threaten him. Whether he would try to coerce or bribe him would depend on the situation. The old man screamed in his heart, "Who can save me?" He had never been so desperate before. This kid had such powerful strength at such a young age. He was already a freak. Don't talk to him about being gifted. That was just bragging. It wasn't like he hadn't seen geniuses before. Even his Shidao sect had geniuses, top geniuses. But so what? If they followed behind this kid, they wouldn't even be able to eat dust. After a long while. "What do you want?" The old man's voice was really hoarse. Since things had reached such a stage, he had no choice. He wanted to leave or kill this kid. But he had to have the strength. Lin Fan finished the last piece of meat and picked up the blade. He smiled, "It isn't that I want to do anything, but have you changed your attitude?" The old man was stunned. What did he mean? What did he mean by changing his attitude? He was already like this. "You want me to change my attitude?" That was too much. That was really too much. But he had no choice. "I understand." He was unwilling, but the situation wasn't right and he had no choice. Lin Fan said, "I won't beat around the bush. What is the name of the cultivation technique that you used to suddenly recover?" When the old man heard this, he raised his head and looked at Lin Fan. It was like he understood what his goal was. As expected, that was the case. Since he asked such a question, did he want to obtain that secret skill? For some reason, the old man actually smiled. "Do you feel like you are a righteous person?" the old man asked. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. You should be a righteous person. After all, you were suppressed by me." "Ha ha ha." The old man laughed. His smile was filled with mockery. "Interesting, you think that you are a righteous person but you want to learn evil techniques from me. Don't you find that weird?" "What is weird about it?" "It feels good and I am interested in your technique. You don't have to give it to me, but I will pry it out from your mouth," Lin Fan said. It seemed like there was going to be an intense battle. This old man wasn't easy to deal with. However, what happened next stunned Lin Fan. One could even say that it was out of his expectations. "I will give it to you, why not? If you want to learn, then I will teach you. Blood Demon Reversal Technique, Shidao Sect's Blood Demon Faction Secret Technique. The price to pay isn't small. Of course, the effects are shocking. When one cultivates it to the highest realm, no matter how heavy one's injuries are, one will be able to instantly recover." The old man looked at Lin Fan and gave a weird smile. "Aya, why do I feel that your smile is giving me goosebumps? Tell me, are you trying to lure me into a trap?" "Old man, you're really bad." Lin Fan looked at him and felt like he was a little despicable. It was a huge contrast from before. Before this, he wanted to live and wanted him to give him face. Now, his expression changed and he couldn't take it. "Right, I am really luring you. The strength of the Blood Demon Reversal Technique is unimaginable. As long as one is prepared, no one will be able to kill you. Not dying attracts many people. So many people who think that they are righteous have sunk into undying and want to cultivate my Shidao Sect's Blood Demon Reversal Technique." The old man stared at Lin Fan like he was thinking about something fun. He actually disregarded his own life and didn't mention this problem at all. He continued to brag about the secrets of the Blood Demon Reversal Technique, causing one to sink in and be unable to pull themselves out. "Okay, pass me the technique. I am interested in it too." Lin Fan was eager. He knew that there was a problem with the Blood Demon Reversal Technique and he definitely needed to sacrifice something. This didn't matter to him. If he really had to sacrifice something that he couldn't lose, then he would just reset it. it wouldn't be a problem at all. Although this old man had lived for a long time and was really knowledgeable, compared to him who had a small support system, he was still much weaker. I don't have a technique, but I will recite it for you. Listen carefully and don't miss out anything. To you, this will open a new door. The old man's lips curled up and he directly spat out the contents. With his cultivation, he could already create phenomenons out of his mouth. A bloody energy spread out and many words that gave off a blood glow appeared in a small area. Lin Fan listened carefully. He didn't know whether or not the small support system could understand it. If it couldn't, then there was nothing he could do. He was illiterate, he couldn't even understand the simplest techniques. A long while later, when the old man said the last word, the small support system changed. It actually appeared in the secret technique column. This was a little unexpected. This technique is profound enough for you to comprehend. The old man said and then laughed out loud. As expected, everyone wants to take shortcuts. You will experience a different life. Lin Fan didn't bother about the old man and started to ponder the blood demon reversal technique. This old fellow wasn't like this at first. When I asked him about the blood demon reversal technique, he was very excited. He knew that he wouldn't be able to live. So he wanted to drag him down. Of course, there was definitely no problem with the technique, otherwise, the small support system wouldn't have recorded it. Lin Fan walked to the side and started to try to see what was wrong with the technique. Rage points, 96522. His gains were decent, but if he had to blame someone, it was those blood vengeful fortress people. There might have been a lot of people. But the rage points he contributed were pitifully little. He just had a slight advantage in terms of numbers. Improve. He consumed 20,000 rage points. Blood demon reversal technique, beast will. Lin Fan was shocked. He didn't expect that he would need so many rage points. But this wasn't the most important thing. When he improved the technique, a bloodthirsty desire appeared in his heart. The old man was shocked and he was extremely terrified. He cultivated the blood demon reversal technique, so naturally, he knew whether or not Lin Fan cultivated it. How was that possible? He just got it, so how could he cultivate it so quickly? That was just impossible. Was there really such a terrifying existence in the world? Would he be able to instantly comprehend any secret manual or secret art he obtained? Very quickly, the old man reacted and laughed. How is it? Do you want to drink blood now? That's right, to cultivate the blood demon reversal technique, you have to drink blood. Using blood as power to accumulate in your body, when you are badly injured, you can activate the power of the blood and gain new life. Unfortunately, from today onwards, you can only be a bloodthirsty little demon. Now, go and find livestock. The blood demon reversal technique had a total of 4 wheels. Beast wheel, human will, God will, Tao wheel. As expected, there was a problem. I knew that he didn't have any good intentions. Lin Fan suppressed the desire in his heart, but the cells in his body started to become active like they were lacking blood. Improve. He consumed 30,000 rage points. Blood demon reversal technique, human wheel. At this moment, Lin Fan raised his head and looked at the old man. He actually noticed that the old man was a little different, like he was delicious. He couldn't help but lick his lips. Did he need human blood? The old man only cultivated to human wheel, which was why he needed the blood of so many kids. What kind of technique was that? It sounded strong and the rage points consumed were decent, but who knew that he needed other conditions? Improve. Blood demon reversal technique, God wheel. At that moment, the attraction of the blood disappeared, but a terrifying thing happened. He actually needed true essence. Haze, that's not right. This path is quite interesting. Self-sufficient. The true essence in his body was absorbed by the blood demon reversal technique, wave after wave. Who knew how many waves were used before that feeling disappeared? So that was the case. If not for endless true essence, just relying on his own true essence, he wouldn't be able to fill up the required true essence. For example, the old man in front of him. He needed at least 100 of them. When he raised his head, he noticed that the old man was looking at him with his mouth agape like he had seen a ghost. His eyeballs were about to fall out. Hee hee. Lin Fan smiled. He raised his hand and smacked towards his chest. Pang! A shocking explosion spread out. Lin Fan's body flew backward. His chest was dried up and a bloody hole appeared. Fresh blood flowed out. You! The old man was speechless. He was totally stunned. Are you sick in the head? Chapter 306. To the old man, he really didn't expect Lin Fan to be so cruel to even do that to himself. Did he want to suppress his desires? Thinking about that, the old man couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha ha, stop hurting yourself. As long as you cultivate the blood demon reversal technique, you can forget about suppressing your desires. Don't hold it in, open your heart and accept. The old man wanted to laugh out loud and let this fellow fall into the evil path, but the scenes in front of him made him speechless. To be more direct, he could even pee out of his pants. I feel it. Lin Fan stood there and looked at the wound on his chest. Fresh blood flowed and his injuries were really heavy. He activated the blood demon reversal technique. He could feel a surge of vitality exploding within his body. Recover. With a pang, a low sound spread out from his body. A shocking scene happened. Lin Fan's broken chest instantly recovered. The true essence accumulated in his cells was used up. This true essence was a huge amount and it was just too overbearing to use it to recover his body. At that moment, he felt like he was full of energy. The wound disappeared and there was no pain. It was as if he was never injured at all. When this true essence was used up, the desire to absorb it exploded out once more. He had no choice but to be self-sufficient and use his own true essence to replenish it. There's a flaw in this secret technique. The broken chest didn't seem too serious, but when it recovered, it used up all his true essence. It didn't change because of the severity of the injury. If one ignored this flaw, the blood demon reversal technique was really decent. You. The old man looked at the scenes in front of him like he had seen a ghost. If he hadn't seen it personally, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Lin Fan smiled. It's a pretty good secret technique. It has a total of 4 transformations: beast transformation, human transformation, god transformation, and Tao transformation. I just cultivated a little and reached god transformation. Looking at you, you should be at human transformation. Why are you so slow? Is your talent that bad? Please mock me all you want. The old man looked at Lin Fan and didn't want to speak anymore. But from his expression, one could see that he was shocked. How did you do it? I've been cultivating the blood demon reversal technique for 10 years and I'm only at the 2nd revolution. How did you do it? There must be a shortcut, right? After a long time, the elder spoke. He had never seen such a freak before. It was truly terrifying. The difficulty of cultivating the blood demon reversal technique was very high. Many people were stuck at the 1st revolution. I've heard of a saying. Genius is 99% sweat and 1% talent. But I'm sorry to tell you that a 1% talent cannot be compared to countless 99% sweat. I am a genius, and you are just an ordinary person. Lin Fan said regretfully. He truly felt sorry for the old man in front of him. He wanted to scam him, but it was a pity that he couldn't. For some unknown reason, after hearing Lin Fan's words, the old man wanted to spit out blood. What a bitch. He had many questions in his mind. So what if he cultivated to the 3rd revolution? He still needed to devour a huge amount of Zhen Yuan. It was impossible for him to do it on his own. He could only do what the evil sect had to do, obtain it from others and fuse it into himself. Just now, this brat had hurt himself in front of him. He instantly recovered. There was a problem, there was definitely a problem. What was going on? What fortuitous encounter did he have to be able to support such a huge consumption? Lin Fan walked in front of the old man. You basically have no value now. It is time to send you on your way. Don't worry, since you can tell me the secret technique, my impression of you has changed. I think I will dig a hole to bury you. The old man in front of him reeked of blood. He should have killed many people. Suddenly, there was movement all around. Many pairs of green eyes shone in the forest. Very quickly, many skinny wolves came out in groups. Eh! Lin Fan looked at the situation in front of him and was in a tough spot. He looked at the old man like he was saying that this was a little unexpected and a little problematic. The old man had a bad feeling. He felt that the kid in front of him was going to play some disgusting tricks. So annoying. These wild wolves seem to have not eaten for a long time. They are so thin. You were going to be killed by me anyway. Maybe after you die, you can still be of use. For you, this can be considered a kind of atonement. The moment he said that, Lin Fan held his sword and walked over. Kid, what are you doing? The old man failed to pull Lin Fan down. When he saw Lin Fan walk over, he panicked. Lin Fan waved the sword in his hand and left several wounds on the old man's body. Fresh blood flowed out. The smell of blood stimulated the sense of smell of the wolves. A low roar spread out. Lin Fan kept his sword and slowly rose into the air. He waved his hands, "Goodbye, old man." At that moment, when the wolves saw the threatening person leave, they didn't hesitate at all. They pounced forwards and bit the old man. Damn, even if I become a ghost I won't let you off. Xiedao sect won't let you off either. I curse you to die a horrible death. Ah! The wolves were really hungry and bit off a piece of meat. Cruel. Lin Fan's body shook. He couldn't take it anymore. It was so gory and cruel. He saw an old man die in front of him in such a tragic manner. Moreover, he couldn't do anything about it. His heart hurt. This was a lack of morals. He covered his eyes and didn't dare to look. He knew that the old man was an elder of Xiedao sect's blood demon faction and his status should be really high. He was also his teacher and they had a really deep relationship. King Wudong didn't feel fatherly love from his father but he did from General Qin. It was a feeling that made him feel at ease. In the past, when King Wudong was young and found out that the throne wasn't his, he thought about rebelling, but it was too late to say anything now. Are you satisfied with my sincerity? The envoy asked once more. Ha ha ha. King Wudong opened his eyes and laughed. Yes, I am really satisfied. To others, King Wudong was so excited that his body trembled. His eyes turned red and tears flowed down. They were touched and felt really fortunate. Look, let me take a look. Our King Wudong was so excited that he cried. We have a chance to rebel. From now on, we will be founding heroes. This strike was extremely heavy for the imperial dynasty. The alliance envoy said, Respectable King Wudong, you can send troops to take down the 3 strongholds and slowly surround them. You can control the troops at the border. Once you control the imperial dynasty, we will work together and we will be able to overthrow them. Advisor Lu Xian was really pumped up. He didn't say anything but when he heard what the alliance envoy said, he felt his blood boil. That small hope slowly grew and expanded like everything was about to become a reality. King Wudong's expression slowly calmed down. The 3 generals are old generals of the imperial dynasty and they are the pillars of the imperial dynasty. For the alliance to be able to kill them, does that mean that the alliance has hidden people here? The alliance envoy said, I can't say, but don't worry, King Wudong. Our alliance headquarters is really strong and won't disappoint you. Once you become the ruler of the world, we will continue to work closely with you. It won't be like now where war doesn't benefit either side. It is getting late, so I will take my leave. King Wudong, please conquer the 3 cities. The alliance envoy cupped his fists and left slowly. King Wudong waved his hands and told everyone to leave. Advisor Lu Xian thought about it and chased the envoy. He had something to say to him. Chapter 307. The generals of the 3 strongholds were assassinated and it caused a huge uproar. When the emperor heard the bad news, he nearly fainted on his throne. The development of the matter exceeded his expectations. He didn't expect the alliance headquarters to be so vicious and hide their strength. After so many years, he knew that there were definitely people hiding in the alliance headquarters. But what happened today was something that he couldn't accept. The 3 generals were assassinated and that had a huge impact on the imperial dynasty. The emperor was in deep thought and tapped the table. He was at a loss. The development of the matter exceeded everyone's expectations. He could tell others. Actually, things weren't supposed to be like this. He had an agreement with Brother Wudong that he would rebel and he would suppress him. Let's see whether or not there were any fools who would rebel with him. When the time came, the 2 of them would work together to wipe them all out. Then, he would capture him. He would announce to the world that King Wudong was rebelling. He could avoid death, but he wouldn't be able to escape punishment. His king title would be taken away and he would become a commoner. Actually, how was he a commoner? The truth was that he didn't appear in front of the public. After a few years, when the matter was over, he would create a scene where he saved the emperor and reclaim his king title. Basically, no one would suspect anything. But everything that happened now gave the emperor a huge headache. The deviation of the situation made him not know what to do and he didn't even know how to solve it. At that moment, the emperor's bodyguard hurried over and respectfully handed over a secret letter from King Wudong. The letter said that King Wudong wanted the emperor to surrender and scram from the throne so that he could be the emperor. But this was just to confuse others. Apart from the 2 of them, no one else could understand the true content. As expected, the alliance had hidden powers. At the same time, the alliance told King Wudong to take over the 3 strongholds. The emperor was in deep thought and was thinking about how to solve this matter. Based on the current situation, if King Wudong didn't take over the 3 strongholds, the alliance would suspect him. Since that was the case, then he would beat him at his own game. Then, he started replying. He started scolding him as much as he could. He prayed to his brother to hold on. Fengyue City. At that moment, there was an intense war happening here. The alliance members wanted to open another city. Naturally, there was no need to talk about Yu City. With Lin Wani there was little hope. If the alliance wanted to take down Yu City, they would have to pay a huge price and they might not even have a 100% chance. Lin Wani wasn't the only strong person in Yu City. There were other experts who were no weaker than 8-star generals and no weaker than 9-star generals. To the alliance members, they were no different from lunatics. Battles were all about risking one's life. Thus, the alliance temporarily left Yu City there and didn't move. They started to attack other border cities and Fengyue City was one of their targets. Each 9-star general was really important to the alliance headquarters. But if they could break through another defense, then even if Yu City and the other places could be defended, it wouldn't be of much use. With the alliance's technology, they could connect the 2 cities and resources could be used quickly. Rumble. The entire area shook. The alliance experts hated these natives. What benefits did you get? Is there a need to trade your lives for it? He admitted that they were strong, but there were just a few of them. If all the experts in the rich land came to defend, the alliance experts wouldn't say a word and would just turn around and leave. They definitely wouldn't come back. But now that there were so many experts in rich land, they didn't want to bother so much. Qiu Dao, we have known each other for many years. I don't want to kill you, so just move aside. The Alliance 9-star general stood with his arms behind his back. He knew that simple words wouldn't be able to convince him, but he still wanted to say it. What if he really convinced him? Some things were really magical. If one didn't try, one wouldn't know. I am trying to persuade you to be kind. Qiu Dao held the horsetail whisk and looked at the situation solemnly. He knew that the Alliance wouldn't let this matter rest. He waved his arms and the horsetail whisk covered the area. It was obvious that he didn't want to talk nonsense with him. As a monk, he was really patient. But after spending so much time with these old people in Fengyue City, his temper was really explosive and he was too lazy to say any more nonsense. Slowly, the people in Fengyue City felt that the situation wasn't right. The Alliance was sure that they wanted to take down this place and sent so many experts. They actually felt a bit of pressure. But even then, they didn't retreat. Those who were injured knew that they were useless and charged forwards to self-destruct. Hung Long. Hung Long. The people who self-destructed were all experts. If they were in the Alliance, they could all become 8-star generals. Which of them didn't care about their lives? As long as they lived, one day they would become 9-star general. They would have a high position and enter the Alliance headquarters. From then on, they would be chess players. Damn, these natives really don't care about their lives. To them, are their lives so cheap? The Alliance experts were furious and many of them retreated. The aura from self-destructing was just too terrifying, and who knew how many people would be dragged in. No, our lives aren't cheap. Because of your arrival, we placed our lives at the lowest level. An injured expert turned into a streak of light. He activated his domain and his true essence started to swell. The surrounding space shattered and a destructive storm exploded. Are you fucking crazy? The Alliance experts were shocked. Some of them had just become 8-star generals and didn't want to die. But looking at the situation, even if they didn't want to die, some people wanted to drag them down with them. Ha ha ha, right, we are all crazy. Remember, I am the one who brought you away. Be a good person in your next life. The Fengyue City expert hollered in rage. A battle with no path of retreat was just like that. Using one's peak strength. When one couldn't hold on anymore, they would use their lives to threaten the enemy. If they were afraid of death, the people here wouldn't stay here for 20 years or even longer. Everything was for the land behind them. Old man Wang, you leave first. I can still fight for now. I'll find you after a while. Someone roared with red eyes. Wang Haixing turned his head and laughed. Okay, then I will first. Haze, what is going on? Suddenly, Wang Haixing's aura stopped like he was being suppressed. The destructive power that was about to explode suddenly dissipated. A sword intent that covered the sky spread in the area. Weng Weng. Be it Fengyue City experts or the Alliance experts, the weapons in their hands buzzed like they were being pulled by some kind of intent. What is going on? The Alliance experts were shocked. This was the first time such a situation had happened. Look! Someone pointed into the distance and attracted everyone's attention. When they saw those scenes, everyone was shocked. Using energy to control the sword, using the soul to control the Tao. Guys, I am the Sword Head, bringing the million swords from Sword Palace to help you fight against the Alliance. Sword Head wore a green shirt and walked over slowly. In the sky behind him, the million swords were like a galaxy. Fengyue City was delighted. The name of the Sword Palace Master resounded like thunder. They really didn't expect the Sword Master to come. This undoubtedly gave them a shot in the arm. Qiu Dao was delighted. Sword Head really came at the right time. Fengyue City needs your help. Old Priest Sanfeng and Old Priest Qiu have been hiding for decades. So, they have always been in Fengyue City. Swordhead felt guilty towards the Fuzhou people and caused the killing sword path to be in chaos. Now that things had calmed down, the world was in chaos once more. Since he was here, then the killing had begun. Why did he need to hide? He would use killing to enter the Tao and cultivate the strongest sword path. Instantly. Swordhead seemed to have thought it through and stopped suppressing the killing sword path in his heart. A heaven-rivaling sword intent burned like flames. The Alliance 9-star general's expression was solemn and he felt that things weren't right. Why did another expert come? He also sensed his sword path aura. It was really strong and it made him feel a sense of danger. At that moment, Swordhead raised his hand and the million swords buzzed. Sword technique, unharmed. At that moment, a perfect sword path intent exploded. With a xiao, the million swords were no longer mortal and they gave off a shocking killing intent. They had been hiding in Sword Palace for many years and had long gathered supreme sword intent. The moment it exploded, it was extremely terrifying. A sky full of sword shadows swept forwards. Within the Star River Sword Ocean, a 1,000-foot handsome man in a black robe appeared. His gaze was sharp like he could kill everything in the world. He pointed forwards and the space around him collapsed. A vast sword intent pressed down towards the Alliance members. Ha ha ha, it is good to have an expert on our side. An expert from Fengyue City was covered in blood and his injuries were really terrifying. When he saw the sword path avoid them and strike towards the Alliance members, he smiled. The Alliance 9-star general was shocked and then hollered. Retreat, everyone retreat. He could sense how terrifying Lin Fan's sword intent was. This person's cultivation was on the same level as theirs. The attacks that they used at the same time covered a huge area. Sword path. Was the aura really so terrifying? Be it rich land or the Alliance, the power of the sword path couldn't be underestimated. There were many people in the Alliance who had decent cultivation. When they faced the shocking sword aura, their pupils constricted and they felt like they were being locked on. Puchi. Swordhead didn't hold back at all and used his strongest sword path. With Sword Palace's foundations as the foundation, the aura that exploded out terrified the Alliance members. The true meaning of the massacring sword path isn't to kill but to stop killing with killing. Master, I haven't sensed it yet. I hope that I can comprehend something from this trip. Hung Long. Swordhead's appearance caused the Alliance experts to suffer heavy losses. The sharp sword intent was enough to break any defense. The 9-star general's face was cold as he tried to flip yin and yang and the 5 elements to block the sword intent outside. He told the Alliance members to retreat. In this battle, there were many changes and many Alliance experts had fallen. Chapter 308. During the Battle of Fengyue City, Swordhead's strength shocked everyone, especially the Alliance 9-star generals. They didn't expect the area damage of the sword to be so terrifying. The 9-star general sent the news back to Sword Master. For the Alliance headquarters to send sword path experts over, he had to fight to the death with Qiu Dao. The other 9-star experts also had to face the rich land experts. This was why facing an expert like Swordhead, with the current situation, he had to find someone to restrict him. The Alliance's retreat raised the morale of Fengyue City. Swordhead was famous and many experts in the city knew him. He was the sword head of a top sect and his sword path cultivation was really terrifying. He also comprehended the massacring sword path. This wasn't a secret. Everyone knew. If Swordhead released the massacring sword path and stopped suppressing it, the strength that exploded out would be even more terrifying. Swordhead felt really bitter. The Fuzhou battle caused a huge sin. The massacring sword path had been suppressed for too long, so it wasn't too much to kill some people. He then met the Su family old ancestor. What happened made him feel really helpless. But thinking about it, there were some things that one had to do even if one didn't want to. This was fate and no one could change it. Qiu Dao was a Taoist faction expert and he came to Fengyue City to help the heavens. He was once the Dao head of a top sect and led all the disciples to fight against the alliance. It had been over 60 years. He was the only one left. The disciples were dead, the disciples of the Dao sect were dead, the elders were dead, and the personal disciples were dead. Thousands of years of Taoist faction were destroyed in his hands. Sometimes, Qiu Dao would think about everything he had done in the dead of the night. When he met the Dao venerables after he died, would he be scolded or would he be beaten up? If he wasn't careful, he would wipe out the entire Taoist faction. For this, Qiu Dao was thinking about living on. If he died later, then he would be scolded later. This place is a little weird. Lin Fan looked at the scenes in front of him and was stunned. He didn't dare to move. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but the scenes in front of him made him feel like something was off. An endless green river seemed really calm. In the distance was a green mist that one couldn't see clearly. The color of the sky was also weird and the green made one panic. It was like a green light piercing one's heart. Like the Dao had formed a green hat and was pressing down on one's head. It is better to be careful. Lin Fan landed from the sky and didn't dare to act rashly. He looked to his left and right, but there was no end in sight. If it didn't work, he would have to circle around. When he landed, he noticed that there were fishermen fishing nearby. They even dared to fish in this kind of green sea. What kind of fish could they catch? Lin Fan walked toward the fishermen. "Io, io." The old fisherman worked hard. He grabbed the net in his hand and slowly pulled it ashore. The old fisherman was shocked. Lin Fan spoke up, scaring the old fisherman so badly that his entire body shuddered. When he saw that it was a human, the old fisherman heaved a sigh of relief. "Young man, what's the matter?" the old fisherman asked. Lin Fan pointed at the sea in front of him curiously. "Old man, I want to ask, where is this place? Also, why is the sea like this? If we don't walk here, can we go around it?" Lin, kid, Lin, Lin. Lin, old man, T Lin sea. Legend has it that a long time ago, there was no ocean here. It was just endless mountains. On the mountains lived an unmarried couple. The man was handsome and the woman was average. Legend has it that a long, long time ago, there was no sea here. There were only continuous mountains, and on the mountains lived an unmarried couple. The man was very handsome, and the woman was ordinary. The woman went to search for it, but when she left, she was worried about her fiancé, so she found someone to take care of him. She left for a few years and when she returned, she really did bring the medicine back. But when she returned home, she realized that there was no one at all. She went out to search and one day, she found him. She saw that her fiancé had become the prince consort and was enjoying the riches of the world. He could also move. But when she returned home, she realized that there was no one, so she went out to search. Finally, she found him one day. She saw that her fiancé had become the prince consort and was enjoying the riches of the world. He could also move. Later on, when the woman returned here, she cried and cursed the heartless man. Perhaps it was a response from the heavens. A torrent descended and drowned this place. It was said that as long as a heartless man passed through here, he would never be able to leave. That was how the legend came to be. The old fisherman told Lin Fan about the legend and then smiled. "Of course, this is just a legend. I don't know if it is true or not." Lin Fan listened and felt like he was listening to a story. There was such a thing. That was why it was green. But did the people here treat green as a ray of love? "Old man, can we go one round?" Lin Fan asked. It wasn't that he was afraid of this legendary Lin Fan ocean but that if he was covered in green, he would be tainted by some bad things. The top of his head was covered in green and he was happy. "Were you afraid?" The old fisherman said, "We can, but it is a little far. It will take 5 to 6 years on horseback." 5 to 6 years. For normal people, it would take 5 to 6 years. With his current speed, it would probably take 1 to 2 months. The old fisherman saw that Lin Fan was in deep thought and smiled. "Kid, don't be afraid. It is just a legend and you can't treat it as real. I have fished here for a long time and often see merchant ships pass by. It is fine." Lin Fan smiled and thought about it. Although it was a legend, this world wasn't normal, so he couldn't be careless. Also, he didn't need to be afraid. From start to now, he hadn't harmed a girl and even chased her away. He didn't want to ruin her happiness. So, he didn't need to be afraid at all. "Thank you, old man." Lin Fan cupped his fists and thanked him. He then rose into the air and flew towards Fushin Ocean. As expected, after saying it out loud, he realized that the legends of the world were really magical. How could there be such an amazing existence? Just cursing a few heartless words and a flood would descend from the heavens and drown such a wide area. Just thinking about it, it felt impossible. "So, you can fly." The old fisherman raised his head and looked at the voice that got further and further away. A weird smile appeared on his face. He then jumped up and landed in the green ocean, disappearing. Lin Fan didn't think too much about it. The old man's story made his heart hurt. This legend was just so sad. He went to search for medicine and after a few years, what he received wasn't a hug but a bright green hat. Haze. Actually, this story told him something. Their appearances matched, unless they had some special abilities. Since the old fisherman said that the girl looked average, naturally, the outcome was obvious. Lin Fan reached out and wanted to grab the green mist. He didn't feel anything and it was just like normal mist. It was really silent. It was so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. The ocean was really calm and one couldn't even hear the sound of waves. There wasn't even the sound of wind. Weird. Lin Fan frowned and felt that this place was a little weird. It wasn't like what the old fisherman said and he felt like something wasn't right. At that moment, Lin Fan lowered his head and looked at the ocean. He didn't notice anything. He raised his head and apart from the green mist, he couldn't even see the sun. Shio. He didn't stop and continued to rush. Although he didn't know what was weird, it really was weird. It was best if he left quickly and didn't care so much. He was really quick now. After a long time, even if he couldn't see the end, at least the surrounding environment should have changed. Suddenly, the scene in front of him changed. A giant ship was floating on the ocean. There is someone. He charged down to see what was going on. The giant ship was huge like a merchant ship and it was moving at full speed. When he landed on the deck, he realized that there was no one around. "Oi, is there anyone? If someone hears me then reply." Lin Fan shouted. Silence. Apart from the sound of the ship, there was no other sound at all. There were many boxes on the deck which were obviously goods. He punched it open and many exquisite porcelain items fell out and shattered on the ground. It was indeed a cargo ship. But there was no one on such a huge ship. That was just too weird. Lin Fan shouted as he walked but still, no one bothered. Where did everyone go? Lin Fan looked around warily. He came in front of a wooden door and pushed it open. The long walkway was a little dark. Lin Fan stood at the entrance and looked for a while. He was a little afraid of the narrow and dark walkway. Especially this wooden door. He imagined it. When I stepped into the small path, the wooden door behind me suddenly slammed shut. I turned around to check, but I didn't see anything wrong. When I turned back to look at the small path again, I saw a creepy face in front of me. Stop thinking about it. It was a little terrifying. He silently closed the wooden door. If there was no one, then there was no one. He didn't want to investigate too much. Based on normal situations, it was fine to stay at the same spot, but if he went deeper, he would end up in a terrifying situation. Lin Fan took a few steps back. Clasping his fingers together, he swung his arm. With a swoosh, a sickle-shaped sword will swept out, slicing through the middle of the cabin. The roof of the cabin floated up. He punched and smashed the cabin into pieces. He then slowly floated up. He lowered his head and looked into the cabin. There were many twists and turns and there were many rooms. If one walked in, it would be easy to get lost. But that wasn't a problem now. He looked out and saw everything. He didn't miss a single corner. No one. Is this a merchant ship without people? Impossible. How can an unmanned merchant ship appear here? There are no signs of fighting. The goods aren't lost either, so where did the person go? Suddenly, Lin Fan felt a chill behind him. He stepped forwards and then turned his head. A human-shaped smoke floated there and then slowly dissipated. There was a ghost. Chapter 309. Stop acting mysterious. If you have something, then come out. If I even blink, I will change my surname to yours. Lin Fan's aura was like a rainbow as he hollered furiously to boost his courage. Who cares if you are a monster? If you dare to come out and scare me, I will fight you to the death. Damn. That old man lied. The pure me really believed him, but he told me that it was a legend. Now, there really was a problem. Hung Long. The calm ocean surface started to move like something was about to come out, causing a small bump on the surface of the ocean. At that moment, the ocean surface around the ship cracked. 4 pillars rose into the air like a tornado, sucking in the ocean water. This, Lin Fan frowned solemnly. The situation wasn't right. They said that there was no problem, but now that such a thing happened, if someone told him that there was no problem, he would slap that person to death. One shouldn't lie with one's eyes wide open. He sensed the surrounding ripples. There were no true essence fluctuations and it was like a natural roar. He knew that it definitely wasn't natural and that there was some magical power leading it. Come out, stop doing all this. Isn't it just a green hat? What is the big deal? Legend has it that this is Fushin Ocean. I haven't even signed a woman's hand, so who am I cheating on? Don't be mistaken. Lin Fan could pat his chest and guarantee that he wasn't a heartless person. He was the most proper person in the world and couldn't be called a heartless person. There was a whistling sound. It was like the roar of some being. At that moment, in these 4 tornadoes, there seemed to be someone floating up with the rotation of the storm. Slash. For sword intense slashed forwards and sliced the storm open. With a pang, it exploded and then the tornado returned to normal. Shortly after, not long later. Not only were there storms and tornadoes, but many small bumps appeared on the ocean surface in the distance. One after another, they instantly covered the entire ocean surface. A terrifying phenomenon. Such a situation gave Lin Fan a headache. Leaving this place was his choice, but now that such a thing happened, he didn't understand what was going on. Suddenly, the storm on the ocean surface gathered towards him like it was about to cover Lin Fan. They sealed off all directions and made sure that there was no way out. Hee, you want to destroy me with just these tornadoes? Dream on. Lin Fan swooped down and opened up his palm. With a low growl, he grabbed the gigantic wheel and threw it towards the tornado while he followed closely behind. Rumble. When the giant ship came into contact with the storm, it instantly shattered into pieces and turned into debris. Lin Fan dove in headfirst. He didn't care how strong these tornadoes were. He just wanted to leave this godforsaken place. No matter what it was, nothing could stop him. Rip. The ripping ability of the storm was really strong and actually left marks on his body. With his middle 5-element realm god body, although he wasn't invincible, it wasn't something that a small storm could rip. Therefore, the problem here was slightly more complicated. Clearly, it wasn't as simple as he thought. Passing through one tornado after another, the injuries on his body weren't light at all. This was something that Lin Fan could feel, that the situation here was truly dangerous. Recover. The quintessence accumulated in Zhang Xian's body was instantly emptied, and all of it was used to recover his body. The injuries on his body were gone. His craving for true essence exploded out once more, but it was quickly filled up by Lin Fan's endless true essence. So full, he didn't panic at all. To other people. The blood demon reversal technique was very powerful, but the conditions were very harsh. It was not something that anyone could cultivate. Furthermore, even if one managed to cultivate it successfully, the requirements to use the blood demon reversal technique to heal one's injuries were extremely harsh. Just like what Lin Fan was doing, using true energy to repair it would require a terrifying amount of true energy. It would be extremely difficult for normal people to accumulate enough true energy. My biggest gain this time should be this secret technique. Lin Fan felt like he didn't lose out. If he hadn't met the Xiedao sect blood demon faction old man, he wouldn't have been able to get it. He didn't want to think so much now. He just wanted to leave this place. Fuxin Ocean was really weird, and it definitely wasn't like what the old fisherman said. The ripping ability of the tornado tore open his body, and it was really painful. As time went on, he slowly became numb, and he could still bear with it. Recover. Each time his body's situation worsened, he would use a secret technique to recover his body. This cheat was a little overbearing, and one could even say that it wasn't human. After a long while, the tornado instantly disappeared. Many transparent people appeared in front of him. They floated in the air, and all of them were guys. However, their conditions were a little weird, and they didn't seem to have any consciousness. Haze. Lin Fan didn't want to run anymore. He stood in the air and said, "Stop playing around. What is going on? Can't someone who can speak come out? This place is called Fuxin Ocean. I am not a heartless person, you can't just randomly frame me just because I am handsome, right?" He was convinced. He flew for so long and didn't see the shore. Based on the situation, if he didn't solve this matter, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. As for those illusionary people, he felt like they weren't martial path experts but rich family young masters. He deduced. Could it be that the rich young masters on the merchant ships passed by here and were targeted by the curse and lost their lives? Not all young masters from rich families were as serious as him. At that moment, scenes appeared in the air. Naturally, Lin Fan didn't care. But shortly after, he was stunned like he had seen a ghost. What appeared was a scene of him and Li Zhixiu lying on the same bed. His hand seemed to be in a place where it shouldn't be. What was going on? He didn't believe that someone could recreate the past. Was there something wrong with the green mist and it could show things that happened in the past? Or was it just a fixed image? If that was the case, then this place was a little interesting. But wait. What did he mean by showing these scenes? Did this mean that he was a heartless person? Oh my god. This is too fucking much. It's not like I wanted to do this. It's all my dad's fault, alright? Shortly after, the scenes of Wanxiang sect's Dusk Peak appeared. The hot spring scenery was really blurry, but one could see that someone wasn't wearing any clothes. That counts? Lin Fan felt that this was sick in the head. There was no such thing. To be more direct, it was just a misunderstanding, but he actually treated it seriously. That's a little too much. Lin Fan, haven't even used my hands yet, and you actually gave me such a title? I really want to ask, is there something wrong with your brain? In my opinion, it is normal for your fiancé to dump you. To frame you for no reason, how can you be so bad? There was no one around who could speak. But Lin Fan just scolded towards the surroundings. He was verifying something. If he could prove it, then it meant that it really existed. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 333. Rage points plus 999. Very quickly. An unknown number of rage points struck him. Although he had many enemies, none of them were so timely. When he said those words, they provided him with rage points. It seemed like the legend that the fisherman spoke of was true. Are you angry? What is the use of being angry? If you have balls, then kill everyone you are unhappy with. Why are you blocking my path? Lin Fan said towards the ocean. Total silence. Apart from those illusionary people floating there was nothing weird about them. What Lin Fan hated the most were these erratic things. In the past, he felt that demons were disgusting, but now it seemed like they were much better than these people. At least they knew how to talk to you and tell you about the unhappiness in their hearts. Rage points plus 999. Are you angry? This is the performance of a weakling. Who gave you the green hat? You can go find him. What's the point of staying in this godforsaken place and scaring passers-by every day? I, Lin Fan, have never bullied women in my life, so I don't want to make a move on you. Lin Fan's words were righteous and made sense. He wanted to portray himself as a perfect man. However, the awkward thing was that more scenes appeared. It was him beating up a girl. His face slapping was really quick. He just said that he wouldn't bully women in his life and such a scene appeared. He was also helpless, okay? See, this is what happens when you don't want face and want to provoke me. If you let me go now, it will be good for you, good for me, and good for everyone. But if you want to fight to the death with me, I don't mind playing with you here. Lin Fan acted like he was tough and wanted to test her. The world was so huge and it was normal for some random things to happen. As for those who could get out of Fushin Ocean safely, he believed that there would be honest people. But to lock him up here was a little unreasonable. Who was he? Anyone who was slightly familiar with him would definitely pat their chests and say, Lin Fan, I know you. You are a good kid, honest, kind, and righteous. As for being heartless, that is impossible. You can't just malign a kid like that. At that moment, a weird phenomenon occurred on the ocean surface. The ocean water spun and formed a whirlpool. At the same time, the eye of the ocean was pitch black. Suddenly, a green light spread out. A person slowly floated out from the center of the whirlpool. It is a girl. Doesn't that mean that the legend is real and that what the old fisherman said was true? Lin Fan thought about it. It seemed like that was the case. He had met a legend. This was complicated. Existences whose depths were unknown would always make people feel terrified. Was Lin Fan panicking now? He was really panicking. His heart jumped and then slowly calmed down. He didn't understand why such a thing would happen when he became a rich family young master. Couldn't they just let him live happily for the rest of his life? The girl who came out from the eye had shoulder-length hair and covered her face. She looked like a ghost that appeared. She lowered her head out of habit and used her black hair to cover her face to give off a mysterious feeling. It's a bit tricky. He could feel the terrifying resentment from the other party. Why? Why did he betray me? I crossed the mountains and crossed the ridges to find the divine medicine for him, but he betrayed me. Woo-woo, the sound of weeping could be heard. It was eerie and terrifying, making one's entire body tremble. Fuck. Which bastard did this? It was good enough that he had a woman, but he still abandoned her. Was this something a human should do? As a fellow male, we all feel ashamed of your behavior. How ungrateful. Lady, calm down. I can understand you. This kind of person shouldn't exist in this world. I agree with your actions, Lin Fan said. In the current situation, he had to first stabilize the other party. As expected. The resentment was much weaker, but that didn't mean that the girl wanted to let him go. No matter where one was, as long as one knew how to say nice things, one would feel comfortable. The girl slowly raised her head. Her long hair moved to the side and slowly her face was about to be revealed. Lin Fan squinted and looked closely. Instantly. Damn! Lin Fan's heart shook. He saw her true face. Brother, I have wronged you. You didn't become a heartbreaker because you wanted to, but you were forced to. Who would be able to take it? The fisherman said that the girl looked average, so he felt that it was normal. Moreover, there was definitely something special about her. After all, the guy was handsome, so how could there be such a huge difference? But now, he really wanted to pull the fisherman out and pull the girl in front of him. He pointed at her nose and asked, "This is what you meant by average looks? If this is an ordinary appearance, then tell me, what is ugly?" The girl in front of him couldn't be described as average. It was hard to even describe her as ugly. People were afraid of comparisons. Looking at the girl in front of him, he felt that Sister Feng was a top beauty and could charm everyone. Lin Fan's curses had infuriated the woman. It was as if she had been mocked. "I am sorry, I couldn't take it, I really couldn't." Lin Fan raised his hand to calm him down. "I really didn't expect this. I wanted to praise you, but after seeing your face, I really can't bring myself to do so. You're just too ugly. Can you tell me the truth? Did you forcefully kidnap me because I was handsome, and then I didn't obey and poisoned myself? Then, you went to find medicine to save me?" One couldn't blame Lin Fan for being dumb, but he really couldn't go against his conscience. There was once a guy who was so fat that he couldn't even be considered a human anymore. He was bullied in front of him. He didn't want the fatty to suffer a mental blow, which was why he went against his conscience and praised him. But now, he really couldn't praise the person in front of him. He felt like if he did, then he would go against his conscience. The color of the sky changed. The girl's long hair fluttered and then stood up, totally revealing her ugly face. It was like something had been exposed and she was furious. Lin Fan was really smart. He didn't know the truth, but just by looking at her face, he could roughly guess what was going on. The girl was a village girl, a sickly village girl. One day, the prince consort returned to visit his family and was met with a natural disaster. He ended up here and asked for help. Coincidentally, he met this girl. Although her looks were shocking and unsightly, he had no choice but to ask for her help. What happened next was a little overbearing. The girl saw that he was handsome and greedy. She wanted to take him for herself, so she tied him up and took off his clothes. She forced herself on him and started grinding him. Naturally, the prince consort fainted from the grinding. It happened a few times a day and he was so tired that he nearly fainted. To the prince consort, he knew that he couldn't escape and could only bear with the humiliation. He pretended that he had slept with her and that she wouldn't tie his limbs up. The girl thought that she had slept with the prince consort and helped him untie the ropes. Who knew that the prince consort was so hot-tempered and killed himself? What happened next didn't need to be said. The girl returned from searching for the medicine and realized that the prince consort had been saved. The prince consort brought people to kill him and he died in the mountains. Of course. The current did descend from the sky and drown the mountains. As for what happened to Fushin Ocean, that was hard to say. Wait, don't be angry. If I'm right, don't take it to heart. In fact, although you are ugly, you also have the right to pursue happiness. Although your methods are a bit vile, it's not impossible to cook rice. Why are you so angry? There is no hatred between the two of us. I will clap for you and congratulate you. You are a heroine, so let's just forget about it. Lin Fan calmed her down. What the heck? She was so ugly and played with the prince consort for nothing. She earned so much and she was still unhappy. That was just too sick in the head. Schwa. The girl was furious. She opened her mouth and sucked in. A terrifying suction force exploded out. The ocean surface surged and the situation didn't look good. Rage points plus 999. Pooey. Ugly woman, I tried to speak nicely to you but you didn't appreciate it. Since that is the case, then let's see what skills you have. Lin Fan was furious. What he said was true. Even if she didn't want to listen, she had to listen. If she didn't say anything then he wouldn't beat her up. Now that she heard it and wanted to beat him up, she was asking for it. Lin Fan hollered, true essence and god body power were all activated. An astral wind tornado exploded from his feet. Instantly, lightning fell from the sky and struck the ocean surface. Pilai Pala. The lightning was like a dragon that spread out on the ocean surface. Lin Fan's cultivation wasn't the master or grandmaster of the past. He had become a true expert. When he used cultivation techniques, the aura that exploded out was hundreds, thousands of times stronger than before. Endless true essence supported these amazing special effects. But now, the strongest part of his dual cultivation was still his god body. Go to hell. Lin Fan instantly appeared in front of the girl and pressed down with his palms. A shocking shockwave exploded out and covered the girl. Pang! The surrounding suction force instantly disappeared without a trace. Shortly after, a golden sun appeared behind him. He slapped forwards and the golden sun turned into a golden fire dragon. A dragon roared out and roared out. There was a loud explosion. There was an intense explosion that shocked the heavens and shook the earth. Giant waves rose up on the ocean surface. Lin Fan frowned and locked onto the center. Suddenly, a black light flashed. A ray of black light flickered over. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the other party's black hair. The black hair grew rapidly and wrapped around his legs. The girl gave out a sharp cry, come and accompany me. Lin Fan slashed her long hair, but who knew that it was so tough and didn't break? You stinking bitch, I finally understand. You just saw that I was handsome and wanted to take me for yourself. Dream on. You're so ugly, and you still say that someone betrayed you? I think you're the one who stole a handsome man. He couldn't let her succeed. If he was forcefully taken advantage of by her. Don't tell him whether or not he had the small support system or whether or not he would become a peak expert in the future. He would just take out a blade and chop himself to death. He definitely wouldn't live and embarrass himself. Shio. The speed of descent was really quick. The girl wanted to drag him into the ocean eye. Lin Fan stared in rage and activated the void true sense. His mind power gathered and turned into a blade glow. He broke through the air and slashed the black hair that wrapped around his legs. Poochie. It worked. The black hair was sliced, but what Lin Fan didn't expect was that it grew back really quickly. The moment it was sliced open, it wrapped around him once more. No. I don't want to be taken advantage of. Lin Fan screamed and was pulled into the ocean eye. Chapter 311. When Lin Fan was pulled into the eye, the ocean surface was really calm. In the distance, there were boats slowly sailing past. Looking out, one could see people on the boats. They didn't fear the mysterious legend of Fushin Ocean. Instead, they laid on the railings and looked at the beautiful scenery. Towards the legend of this region, more people treated it as a legend. If they really disappeared from this ocean region, then more people would choose to believe that they faced an unprecedented storm and were mercilessly swallowed by it. As for where the ocean eye was teleported to, no one knew. However, Lin Fan already knew where it was teleported to. Pang! There was a loud explosion. Lin Fan grabbed the girl and pressed her to the ground, creating a giant hole. We're here. Is this your base camp? Did they really think that Lin Fan was weak? Whoever believed that would have problems with their brains. He just wanted to come to the depths of the ocean eye to see what the legendary old residence was like. He was really curious about the story in the legends. What kind of power could cause such a normal ugly girl to change so much? Was it a god? Obviously not. As for what it was, he had to slowly find out. Lin Fan looked around. It didn't look like a real world. Instead, it looked like it was wrapped in ocean water and felt like an illusion. Kacha! The ugly girl who was smashed to the ground by Lin Fan had green flames burning on her body. It was obvious that she was totally infuriated. Damn, you heartless person. I told you to accompany me, so why didn't you? You still want to go back to be a prince? I won't let you go back. The surrounding space shook. The ugly girl's aura was really strong and a terrifying aura current exploded out. Forget it, I will deal with you first. Lin Fan looked at the ugly woman and felt sad for the prince consort. No matter what the truth was, the prince consort had definitely been tortured. Refresh. Bug controlling technique. A special gray internal strength spread out. He didn't know whether or not he could use it here, but if he tried, there would definitely be no problems. Very quickly. He sensed the bug's response. Now that he transformed once more, there would definitely be no problems. He would definitely be really strong. That was definitely the case. Bug transformation. Lin Fan guided the bugs. Numerous bugs that he had never seen before struck him. These weren't bugs from land, so he had never seen them before. The ugly girl stood there in rage. The green flames on her body burned vigorously. What did this ugly woman, who had no signs of life, rely on to survive until now? As for the ghost that she said, he really did not believe it. You heartless man. The ugly woman roared angrily, and her face became sinister and terrifying. But suddenly, she found that the ground had darkened, as if there was a giant shadow covering everything. What was going on? Why was there a shadow? There was no gigantic existence here. When she raised her head, a strong gust of wind blew her hair back, revealing a face that she could not bear to look at. This was not the wind, but the wind stirred up by a figure moving too fast. The ugly woman's pupils constricted as if she had seen something that shouldn't exist. Who was this person in front of them? Lin Fan turned into a bugman, and there was an obvious difference from the bugman in Migu City. His body and looks had changed drastically. He wasn't tall, but compared to a normal person, he was way too tall. It was about 4 to 5 meters tall. His entire body was like a skeleton that grew out of his flesh. Every rib bone in front of his chest could be vaguely seen. Countless pitch-black bone spikes pierced out of his back. These bone spikes were as long as an arm, and when they gathered together, they looked like a blooming flower. Demon. This was a demon. Lin Fan raised his hand. This was the palm of a demon, and it gave one a feeling of destruction and terrifying explosive power. Tell me, are you ugly? Lin Fan's finger touched the ugly girl's forehead, his sharp fingernails gently sliding across her forehead. The ugly woman was stunned as she looked at the scenes in front of her in disbelief. What was this? Where did that handsome person go? I heard that you want me to accompany you, is that true? Lin Fan asked. His voice was a little weird, like a bug was speaking. The ugly woman was terrified by the monster in front of her. What kind of monster are you? Lin Fan smiled. I am not a monster, I am just another form. Now, do you still want me to accompany you? Si la. His long fingernails pierced her forehead. You. The ugly woman wanted to reply. Puchi. Lin Fan clenched his fingers. His fingers were like sharp blades, splitting her head. The ugly woman lost her head and fell to the ground. An unknown liquid flowed out from her neck. Bug controlling technique is a little amazing. Different bugs will form different forms. The bugs that live in the depths of Fuxin Ocean are much stronger than those on the surface. Lin Fan muttered. He slowly understood why Insect Valley treated the bug controlling technique as a secret. It was probably because Insect Valley could develop stronger bugs, and when they turned into bugs, they would be able to have stronger bug bodies. It seemed like that was the case. Otherwise, it didn't make sense at all. Motherfucker, this body is strong enough, but it's not a human, not a ghost. It's so annoying, but it's not bad. In the future, if there's a girl who misses my body, I'll become like this. As long as you can still have the appetite, even if you sully me, I'll accept it. Lin Fan slowly sensed the changes in his body. Strength and speed occupied the main levels. He thought that he had a deep understanding of the bug controlling technique, but now it seemed like he didn't. His understanding of the bug controlling technique was still shallow. That was indeed the case. His father was such a strong person and even paid so much attention to Insect Valley. If it was so simple, then he wouldn't have cared so much. Gulyalu. A weird sound spread into his ears. Lin Fan looked down and saw that the headless ugly woman wasn't dead yet. Bubbles were rolling in her bloody neck, as if something was about to grow out of it. You want to grow a head? Based on my habit, I will crush your body and let you grow this and then that. But I will give you a chance. He waited quietly. Very quickly. The ugly woman's head grew back and she hollered in rage, I will kill you. Lin Fan smiled. The bone spikes on his back changed and then became soft like they could even bend. Puchi. A bone spike pierced through her body. Shortly after, one after another, the speed became faster and faster. It was like a machine gun firing crazily. Lin Fan didn't move at all. He was sensing the changes that came with the bug transformation. Amazing, it was really amazing. The ugly woman's body seemed to be pulled by a string. Her body trembled and more bloody holes appeared on her body. The bone spikes on Lin Fan's back were too quick and the naked eye couldn't track them. The bugs here are really strong, much stronger than those in Maigu City. This means that the strength of the bug transformation depends on the bug itself. Lin Fan was in deep thought. He didn't care about the ugly woman's situation at all. She was able to revive probably because of some power here. As for what it was, he didn't know, but maybe it had something to do with the herb he was searching for. Not long later. The ugly woman's body was already in pieces and pieces scattered all over the ground. Only her head was rolling on the ground. I will definitely kill you. The ugly woman's head spun and her eyes were filled with rage as she stared at Lin Fan. Puchi. A bone spike pierced through her head. Kiki. Lin Fan smiled in disdain and continued to wait for her to recover. This time. The ugly woman didn't recover in front of Lin Fan and just instantly flew into the distance. No matter how far you are, it is the same. Now, let me see how strong you are. Lin Fan clenched his fingers and with a pang, he disappeared from the spot. His speed increased and he appeared in front of the ugly woman. He punched and with a pang, a terrifying power pierced forwards. His strength also increased by a huge amount. The ugly woman suffered a heavy blow and the power in her body shook. Her eyeballs nearly exploded. Hung Long. One punch sent her flying. Lin Fan lowered his head and looked at his hand. It was covered in some unknown liquid. Maybe that punch had pierced through her stomach. So, you aren't that strong. You just have strong life force. Maybe that was the only explanation. Fuxin Ocean's existence wasn't a secret anymore. To others, it was hard to say whether or not it was a legend, but to true experts, it was really easy to kill someone like that ugly girl. The ugly woman didn't die and could revive here. Lin Fan needed to consume large amounts of true essence to maintain bug transformation. But Lin Fan lacked everything except true essence. But bug transformation wasn't invincible. If he could crush it in one move, then his technique would be broken and he would suffer huge damage to himself. Lin Fan walked slowly towards the ugly woman. If this is your strength, then your outcome will be me beating you up. If you have any skills, then use them. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Suddenly, Lin Fan stopped. He felt a pressure spreading towards him. He raised his head and saw a thick green mist gathering in the sky. The mist spun and formed a whirlpool. Then, a vixen's rage smashed down. Pang! Lin Fan's body shook and he felt huge pressure. Kacha! The ground at the bottom of the ocean split open. Lin Fan was under huge pressure and raised his head with much difficulty. You do have some skill. The moment he said this. Pang! The suppressive might that was formed by the green mist above him struck down time and time again, wrecking Lin Fan's physical body. Pang! 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 The ground cracked and caved in, forming a deep hole. Each time it smashed down, black blood would splatter out. Recover. Lin Fan stood up with much difficulty. He moved his legs and walked towards the ugly woman. It was so fucking painful. Pang! The pressure descended once more. Lin Fan's body shook and he leaned but he took it. A red glow shone in his black sunken eyes. Pata! He raised his legs and stepped forwards. He then walked towards the ugly woman step by step. He allowed the pressure to press down on him and didn't fear anything at all. Very quickly, Lin Fan walked in front of the ugly woman. You! The ugly woman looked at Lin Fan in shock like she was filled with disbelief. Chapter 312. Pang! Hung Long. A figure was miserably toyed with by someone in the palm of his hand. The ugly girl's aura was really strong. If not for the blood demon reversal technique being able to recover the god body, the outcome would have been catastrophic. In Fuxin Ocean, the ugly girl couldn't be killed and brought him some problems. But these problems weren't much and just used up a bit of energy. Ah! At that moment, the ugly girl's neck was grabbed by Lin Fan. Her legs left the ground and she hung in the air. I was trying to be nice to you but you didn't listen. Why did you want me to turn on you? Are you asking for a beating? Lin Fan asked. To the ugly girl, she really didn't expect his strength to be so terrifying. Even if you can revive again and again, it doesn't matter. I will continue to waste time with you. Each time you live, I will kill you. Kacha! Lin Fan twisted her neck and casually tossed her to the side. Now was a really lonely time. If the ugly girl wasn't so ugly and was a beautiful girl, how good would that be? Even if he killed, he would feel good. How would it be like now? Each time he had to see this ugly girl. Moreover, it was an ugly girl who was greedy for her body. It really annoyed him. The surrounding green mist was like nutrients for the ugly girl, supporting her to not die. If that was the case, then there would definitely be a time when she would run out. So as long as he continued to kill, he would eventually grind her to death. Kachi! The ugly girl revived once more. Kill! She revived once more. Kill! Lin Fan didn't care. He didn't mind killing to the end. His stamina and true essence were limitless. Even if the world collapsed, he would be able to persist. Ah! I will kill you. Pang! I want you to die. Pang! You, Pang! Pang! At the start, he gave her space to speak but towards the end, he didn't want to. The moment she revived, he would hammer her. Giving her too much time was just a waste of his time. There was no need at all. Lin Fan maintained his bug transformation state and it felt good. He didn't feel like his body couldn't take it and everything was normal. With the current situation, he would need a lot of time to hammer her to death. But it didn't matter. What he lacked the least was time. On a small path. Your injuries have healed and you can leave. There is no need to keep following me. Was Temple's Yu Yunmeng looked at the guy behind her and wanted him to leave. With a man by her side, if she was seen by others, it would definitely cause unnecessary misunderstandings. Moreover, his injuries had all healed. There was no need for him to stay here. Evil God Jinming's dressing didn't look like a good person. There were black and red patterns on his face, that was the symbol of a bad person. He also wore skull earrings. As long as one wasn't blind, no one would say that he was a good person. Does it have anything to do with you that I am on this path? Evil God Jinming asked. Along the way, the thought of killing this native in front of him had appeared in his mind 4 times. However, he hadn't carried it out yet. It wasn't because the other party was a woman. A small part of it was because the other party had saved him. More importantly, he wanted to see what would happen if he got to know this woman and told her his true identity. Then, he would slaughter the natives of the rich land in front of her. Just thinking about it made him really curious. Yu Yunmeng said, I am a disciple of Wu's temple and my master is Nun Miaozhen. If others see you following behind me, they will misunderstand. Your injuries have healed, so there is no point in you following me. Evil God Jinming didn't say anything and just smiled. That smile made Yu Yunmeng feel a little helpless. Why did he have to follow her? Was it because he wanted to be with her? That was impossible. She was a disciple of Wu's temple. Although she hadn't officially joined, after this journey, she would be able to leave the mortal world. Forget it. She felt that he was filled with killing intent. Since that was the case, she hoped that when this journey ended, she would be able to lessen his killing intent. So be it. As long as she had a clear conscience, she wasn't afraid of people gossiping about her. Maigu City. Monster Emperor was a calculative person. He hated Maigu City's Mao Shintai and Xuedu. No one can go back on their word once they've promised me something. Monster Emperor wanted to head to Maigu City to teach them a lesson. Even if they didn't want to, they had to pay a price. Did they really think that he was easy to bully? The next day, Maigu City was in chaos. Many alliance members died in the room and they looked really tragic. None of the corpses were complete, like they were eaten by something. White bones were everywhere and the room was covered in blood. Some of the alliance members who were checking the situation couldn't take the disgusting scenes. They laid at the corner and vomited. Even their bile was spat out. They were all normal members who studied technology. As for the situation in rich land, they had only heard about it from classes in college. To truly learn about rich land, one could only come into contact with it after entering the college. Of course, during middle school, they only came into contact with the surface. An 8-star general with a crescent moon beard frowned. He didn't need to investigate and he knew who did it. Monster Emperor didn't die. He came back to take revenge. What a problematic fellow. Especially at such a time. If Monster Emperor joined in, it would be a problem for Maigu City. 2 9-star generals and dozens of 8-star generals worked together and were unable to kill Monster Emperor. They were only badly injured and that was enough to show how strong he was. Based on the Alliance headquarters evaluation, Monster Emperor's survivability was even more terrifying than his strength. Within the meeting room, it is confirmed that Monster Emperor did it. He is back. General, what should we do now? Monster Emperor is a little problematic. Unless we lay out a huge net to take him down, if this goes on, we won't be able to defend. They hated disgusting people like Monster Emperor. In their eyes, Monster Emperor was vicious and someone who was temperamental. A second ago, they were working together, but a second later, because of something, he would turn on them and cause huge damage to the alliance. General Shwedu said, "Let's put him off for now. Give him what he promised and let him rest for a while." "General, if we take a step back like this, won't Monster Emperor take a mile? At the same time, we will lose the alliance's prestige," a general asked. He didn't want to take a step back towards someone like Monster Emperor. He felt disgusted. General Shwedu looked at him. "If you feel that we will lose the alliance's prestige, then why don't you bring people to kill Monster Emperor? Our target isn't Monster Emperor, so we have to understand this matter." "Yes." The general lowered his head and asked him to fight Monster Emperor. Forget it, he probably wouldn't even know how he died. Everyone knew how terrifying Monster Emperor was and only the general could fight him. As for them, they didn't even have the right to carry his shoes. Mao Shintai said, "Shwedu, I need you to do this. Talk to Monster Emperor. If he wants to work together, we can let bygones be bygones. But I hope that nothing similar will happen." Do we need to threaten him?" Shwedu asked. "No, Monster Emperor is sensitive to threats. There is no need for us to cause unnecessary problems." Mao Shintai understood Monster Emperor and knew what kind of person he was. He continued, "Recently, there was news that a sword path expert came to Fengyue City and brought a lot of problems to the alliance. It is indeed not small. It seems like it is the sword head of Sword Palace. Also, an old monk came to Tianshui City. He is really strong and the people there can't block him. The alliance is gathering experts to support them. Now, we have one at Maigu City and occupied a piece of land," General Shwedu said. "Don't worry, I have already investigated. There are many sects in the rich land but they don't seem to want to stop us. I think we can send people to contact them and work together for a win-win situation. We can give them whatever they want as long as they can help." Mao Shintai had some ideas. He paid attention to the experts in rich land but he didn't have high hopes for the management of this place. They were just scattered sand. If they could be like the alliance and gather experts to support them, then it would be impossible for them to break through the defense. But because of that, only then would they have a chance. Shwedu said, "Someone is already on the move." The younger brother of the Emperor of the Rich Lands has already allied with us. We've taken down 3 fortresses and given them to him as a token of our sincerity. As long as they cooperate with us, everything will be easy." Did they really think that the alliance was willing to give the strongholds to others? That was something they had no choice about. Although they had taken down Maigu City and allowed the alliance soldiers to enter rich land, if they stepped in, they would face even more terrifying attacks than at the border. This was why only by working with people from rich land would they be able to obtain more benefits without causing any problems. This is a long war. The alliance can't lose, we have to win. Mao Shintai looked at everyone and his tone became firm. The alliance didn't have enough resources to continue developing. Thus, this was what they really needed. A few days later. Fushin Ocean. Peng. Lin Fan was still in bug form. The area around him was covered in holes and he had suffered huge damage. One couldn't take it anymore. What a long and drawn-out war. Each person had a limited amount of rage points. Naturally, it wasn't worth it to waste so much time on that ugly girl. But he had no choice. If he didn't hammer her to death, he would feel really uneasy. No matter how many times she could revive, he would hammer her until she couldn't. Revive, let's continue. Lin Fan waited for her to revive but suddenly, he realized that the green mist above his head had disappeared. Could it be that this is the most direct way of dispelling resentment in the legends? I have to beat her until all her grievances disappear. At that moment, Lin Fan was in deep thought. Chapter 313. Lin Fan deactivated the bug transformation state. There were no repercussions at all. The bugs retreated like the tide. At the same time, black mist seeped out from each of his pores. When he transformed, his blood and cells contained bugs. Now, they turned into mist and dissipated. It was a perfect feeling. The increase in strength after transforming was just too overbearing. Especially the bugs in Fushin Ocean, they were even more terrifying. They were much stronger than those on the streets. At that moment, the ugly girl's corpse started to change. A white light rose up from her body. He didn't understand what was going on. The ugly girl's change was a little huge. Was this the legendary light that would only appear when one's grievances were all gone? The white light became thicker and thicker, slowly becoming a little eye-piercing. But very quickly, the light dissipated and a person slowly floated out from her body. This illusionary body wasn't the ugly girl but a guy. He was really handsome but he wasn't bragging. This guy was just a little weaker than him. He felt proud in his heart. He was just so confident. "Thank you for saving me," the handsome guy said. His voice was really nice and when normal girls heard it, they would probably. Lin Fan was shocked. "Are you the Fuma that was forcefully molded by the ugly girl? Why are you in her stomach? You are the Fuma, so logically speaking, you have many experts by your side. Logically speaking, there's no lack of experts around you. Could it be that you've fallen in love with this ugly woman, so you've returned?" The handsome Fuma really wanted to thank him but his words made him speechless. He was a little stunned and didn't know what to say. The Fuma opened his mouth and wanted to say something. But before he finished, Lin Fan interrupted him. Lin Fan wanted to pat the Fuma's shoulder but when his palm landed, it went right through. Forget it, since he couldn't pat it, then he wouldn't. There is no need to say anything, I understand your pain. Men, especially handsome men like us, need to learn to protect ourselves when we are outside, otherwise, we will face problems. It's just a pity that you've already met with misfortune. Actually, if you think about it carefully, replacing the ugly woman's face with the person you like isn't much different, don't you think? He was consoling the Fuma and telling him not to worry too much. The Fuma, who had turned into an illusion, looked at Lin Fan begrudgingly. Originally, he had a lot of things he wanted to say, but for some reason, he didn't know what to say. He was speechless and couldn't say a single word. Easy for you to say. Come on. He had been tied to the bed by such an ugly woman and had not rested from day to night. His body was empty. Replace my ass. Why don't you take a look at the other party's figure? Lin Fan noticed that the prince consort's expression was a little dazed, so he asked curiously, "What's wrong? Do you have any other wishes?" The prince consort reacted and shook his head, "No, thank you for saving me. This is the treasure she found. You can take a look, I should go." As for the emperor's son-in-law, he didn't want to say anything. At first, he wanted to tell the other party his story. But looking at the situation, there was really no need to say anything. If he were to say it out loud, perhaps he would be ruthlessly mocked by the other party. "Where to?" Lin Fan asked. The emperor's son-in-law raised his head and looked at the slowly opening ocean eye. "There is a mysterious power leading me. I should be going to reincarnate. Goodbye, thank you for freeing me." Slowly, the emperor's son-in-law floated into the air, turning into a white light that entered the sky and then disappeared. Reincarnation? Lin Fan raised his head until he couldn't see any traces of him. He was really doubtful about the reincarnation that the emperor's son-in-law mentioned. Forget it. Who cared whether or not he had it? Once he became stronger, he would know whether or not it existed. After this battle, he had a huge breakthrough in his battle philosophy. There was no need to doubt the strength of the god body. There was no need to doubt the strength of true essence. No matter what other people thought, that was what he thought. At this moment, he looked towards the item that the emperor was talking about, which was the treasure that the ugly girl obtained. A diamond-shaped crystal floated there. He picked it up and looked at it closely. There seemed to be meteors within and many specks of starlight like the Milky Way. What is that? Lin Fan thought about it for a long while and didn't understand. The ugly girl was able to revive so many times and it should have something to do with this. Based on normal situations, dripping blood and branding are normal methods to identify treasures. He wasn't someone who would be stopped by treasures. He sliced open a wound and squeezed out a drop of blood. The blood landed on the crystal and he waited. There was no reaction. Didn't I drip blood? Lin Fan was a little regretful. He didn't expect that dripping blood wouldn't work. It seemed like he had to try something else. He then tried to wrap the crystal with true essence to try to assimilate it, but it was useless. She really is naughty. Lin Fan smiled. He had some thoughts about this crystal. Dripping blood and true essence didn't work, so he had to try something else. His spiritual will seeped into the crystal. He cultivated God body and opened the heaven gate. His spiritual will was already really strong. Even if he faced someone like the ugly girl, he wouldn't be afraid at all. It wasn't that he was brave, but that his will had reached a peak. Lin Fan frowned. It was still useless. When his spiritual will wrapped the crystal, he didn't feel any changes. It was like from start to finish, he was just thinking too much. Damn! He grabbed the crystal in his hands. He was furious. He had tried all sorts of normal methods but it still didn't work. This doesn't make sense. I'm a person who has a small support system. Logically speaking, I should be the main character. What the hell is this? I finally killed a seemingly overpowered mini-boss and obtained a treasure, but now I can't use it. Lin Fan wanted to laugh but he couldn't. Wait. He thought about something that was easy to forget. Where did he find the treasure? Was there a need to say any nonsense? He definitely found it in the ugly girl's body. When he thought about that, he looked at the crystal in his hand like he was considering whether or not to do that. Do it. Lin Fan opened his mouth. He didn't care whether or not he would choke to death. He directly stuffed the crystal into his mouth. It's stuck. Lin Fan stuck out his tongue and pinched his throat. The corner of the crystal was a little rough and it was stuck in his throat. It was really uncomfortable. Gulp. He finally swallowed the crystal. If there is no way, then there is really nothing I can do. He had already thought of all the methods he could think of. If there was still no reaction, then this matter would end here, and there would be no need to talk about treasures anymore. He swallowed it and let it digest on its own. Lin Fan didn't care so much. He looked around. He was really interested in these bugs. If he could bring them away, maybe there would be a different effect. But the possibility was too low. How could he bring these bugs away? Even if he placed them in the dimension, it was useless. What a waste. He felt a little regretful. Suddenly, Lin Fan's body shook. His eyes froze and he felt like his body wasn't right. My stomach hurts a little. He had such a feeling, but maybe because the pain came a little slowly, his actions were delayed. Pata. Lin Fan knelt on the ground and pressed his hands against the ground. His expression was calm, but at this moment, he was drenched in sweat. The current situation wasn't faked, but it was really painful. The pain from his stomach wasn't normal pain, but it hurt his will. Is this the correct way to activate the treasure? Lin Fan sucked in a deep breath and bore with the pain. Was there something wrong with his head? Why would he think about swallowing this thing? What would they do if something were to happen? He only realized it after and it was totally useless. Wang. At that moment, Lin Fan felt like everything around had stopped and his brain buzzed. The crystal in his body gave off an eye-catching glow. Shortly after, the light constricted and exploded. It was like the sky was splitting open. God Core, what is that? Lin Fan's brain was impacted and many scenes that he had never seen before appeared. From the noisy voices and images, he knew that this diamond-shaped crystal was a God Core. A mysterious thing that didn't exist in this world. A long time passed. Who knew how long passed? Lin Fan panted and his body was drenched. His face was ashen white. Darkness God Domain. Lin Fan muttered. He wasn't someone who didn't know anything. This God Core was similar to the Chief God Core, but it was different from those who believed in gods. It was the core of a certain domain. But this God Core seemed to have been destroyed and was badly damaged. However, its basic functions were still there. There aren't many explanations. It seems like I have to slowly explore it myself. Lin Fan was helpless. The small support system wasn't strong enough and didn't analyze it. What was this thing? Did he have to slowly cultivate it? It was really a headache. Suddenly, the area around shook and cracks appeared on the ground like it was about to collapse. Lin Fan floated up with a solemn expression. The ocean eye slowly expanded. I can't stay here for long. I feel like this place is about to be destroyed. Is it because I have refined this God Core? He was just thinking about it. He didn't care so much and just flew towards the ocean eye. The ocean water surged towards the cracks. Not only was there a shocking change here, but the world outside was also changing. A ship was sailing on the ocean surface. Instantly, there was a loud explosion that caused everyone on the ship to panic. But when they looked into the distance, all of them were stunned. Fushin Ocean was gone. Right, they didn't see it wrongly. It disappeared. There was no ocean, only a bunch of empty mountains around. The people on the ship sat paralyzed on the deck and their faces were filled with terror. To them, it was like they had seen a ghost. Lin Fan looked around and was really solemn. He felt like the situation here was 100% related to the God Core. But there was too little information. He didn't know what the God Core was for. The darkness God domain that appeared in his body was totally empty and only a thin gray energy floated about. Chapter 314. If I wasn't sure and didn't move, I would have thought that I was somewhere else. How terrifying. Lin Fan shook his head and felt a little regretful. No matter what, Fushin Ocean was a special place. The green light gave off a terrifying feeling of love. If there was a protector, he would capture Lin Fan as he was destroying a special place. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I didn't do it. Lin Fan patted his butt and flew into the air. He noticed that there were ships stranded in the distance and there was more than one. Helping others was a virtue, but if he went over now, he would definitely be noticed. The situation here definitely had something to do with him, so it was best if he retreated earlier. Go home, head to Laoshan City. Old ancestor Wanshan gave him so many spiritual herbs so that he could bring some warmth and help to the experts at the border. As for those stranded merchant ships, there was nothing he could do. Actually, it was a good thing for them to be stranded. Moving goods out, not only could they train their bodies, but they could also look at the scenery around. That was such an enjoyable thing. It was much better than being covered by the green mist in Fushin Ocean. Therefore, he had done a good deed. Darkness God Domain, it definitely isn't a domain. Lin Fan had thought about this God domain that was temporarily useless. Although he hadn't reached the domain realm, he understood that the so-called domain was just a special domain formed by one's will. However, it wasn't a physical body. If the person who created the domain was heavily injured or died, then the domain would dissipate. But this darkness God domain seemed to be a special and independent existence. It was similar to the god domain of the god chief god. To put it simply, it was the darkness chief god's god country. It shouldn't be something from this world. These were all Lin Fan's guesses, but he definitely wouldn't be wrong. He wasn't a native of this world but someone who had read many novels. That was definitely the case. There was no mistake. Fuxin Ocean disappeared for no reason and naturally, it attracted the attention of some experts. They had noticed this magical ocean region long ago. In the eyes of the experts, naturally, there was a treasure in Fuxin Ocean, otherwise, there wouldn't be such a shocking phenomenon. But even if they were strong, they weren't able to find out what treasure was hidden in Fuxin Ocean. A long while after Lin Fan left, several people appeared in the sky above Fuxin Ocean. "Where's the sea?" Their first reaction was to ask where the sea had gone. If they remembered correctly, there should be a sea below them, and not these barren mountains that seemed to have been corroded. For some reason, their hearts creaked, as if something had disappeared from their eyes. Could it be that the treasure he had been longing for had really disappeared? When they saw the stranded merchant ships, they immediately went to ask what had happened and why the sea had disappeared just like that. He felt as if he had missed something important. A few days later, Lin Fan didn't know about the situation at the border, but he found out from people passing by that King Wudong's army had already occupied 3 strongholds. Even though there was no large-scale war, things seemed to have gotten a little complicated for Lin Fan. External enemies are eyeing us covetously, and internal strife is happening. What an unpleasant situation. That was indeed the case. He wanted to hack all of these troublemakers to death. Instead of living a good life, they had to come looking for trouble. If this wasn't a hole in their brains, then what else could it be? In his words, he said, "Let's not play these empty games and directly unite as one. First, we will destroy the external enemies, and then slowly fight among ourselves. Isn't that better?" At that moment, Lin Fan noticed that in the distance, there was a streak of light heading forwards. He took a close look. It was a treasure that could carry people. It transported many people towards a certain destination. What are they going to do? Lin Fan was really curious and then followed right away. Although he didn't know what they were going to do, looking at the situation, it didn't seem like anything good. After a long while, on a mountain, the ground was empty. There was a bunch of people waiting there. They were all dressed in the same uniform and their expressions were solemn. They looked into the sky like they were waiting for their target. At the same time, many people were discussing softly in the crowd. "Giant Sword sect will be here soon. No matter what, we have to let them know who the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine belongs to." "Right, the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine can only belong to our Luiying sect." The reason for the conflict between the two sects was a small Heaven Crystal Stone Mine that was discovered at the border of the two sections. Even if it was small, its value was immeasurable. In order to fight for this stone mine, the two sects decided to have a duel to decide who the Heavenly Crystal Stone Mine belonged to. Very quickly, the people from Giant Sword sect arrived. Not only were they dressed in the same uniform, but even the weapon on their backs was a giant sword. Lin Fan wasn't a busybody and thought that something huge had happened. But what he heard was that the two sects were in conflict because of a Heaven Crystal Stone Mine. He knew what Heaven Crystal Stone was. Wasn't it a precious material that God Essence Realm experts needed to craft weapons? If they could use this motivation to fight the Alliance, then there wouldn't be such a situation. Lin Fan was filled with regret and was a little disappointed. But it was impossible to bring them back to the border. If they went through such a battle, they would be so terrified that they peed their pants. If there were a few more traitors, it wouldn't be impossible. "Forget it, since that is the case, then I will let you live. But your actions to snatch the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine," Lin Fan didn't say it out loud. The two sides didn't offend him, but he needed rage points. So, he really had to apologize. Even if they hated him, it was okay. Both sides were in an intense battle. Giant Sword sect people held giant swords, and in terms of strength, they were much stronger than Luying sect. Luying sect people were also quick and they were on the same level. But what Lin Fan cared about was that the experts from the two sects were at Void Realm and Five-Element Realm. At that moment, floating in the air, Lin Fan's might shrouded both sides instantly. The experts from both sides were horrified. The sudden appearance of the pressure made their hearts palpitate. It was as if a terrifying existence was about to appear. As for the disciples who were fighting on the ground, they stood on the spot like a mountain was pressing down on them. They couldn't move at all. Who? The two experts hollered in rage. They felt like things weren't right. Where did this expert suddenly come from and even used his aura to suppress them? He came with ill intentions. All of you are fighting here. Don't you think about other people's feelings? Lin Fan soared into the sky and walked slowly. He then looked down at the group of people below him. Who are you? The one who spoke was an old man from Giant Sword sect. He was a little fat and the giant sword in his hand was as tall as him. He was the deputy sect leader of Giant Sword sect and was at Middle Five-Element Realm. Giant Sword sect wasn't a huge sect and could only be considered average. But even then, they had many disciples and in this 1,000 miles around, they had a lot of prestige. I heard all of you talk about the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine. I am really interested, so I came to tell all of you that I want it. Lin Fan said. He didn't want these things, but he had to make these people angry. The angrier they were, the better. He wanted to give them a shocking amount of rage points. Rage points plus 111. Rage points plus 222. Rage points plus 333. Perfect. That made them feel really comfortable. They only wanted to say in their hearts that he was bullshitting. He actually wanted to snatch the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine from their hands. Why didn't he just die? Who are you? I am the deputy sect leader of Giant Sword sect. The fat old man held the giant sword. His palms shook like he wanted to kill Lin Fan with one sword. However, he seemed to have realized that doing so would give the Shadowstream sect an advantage, so he asked. He announced his identity to let the other party understand that he was facing the deputy sect master of the Giant Sword sect and that he had to think carefully before doing anything. Lin Fan said, all of you better be well behaved, otherwise, you will regret it. However, I can tell you that I don't like to kill people. Damn. Giant Sword sect deputy sect leader wanted to chop Lin Fan to death. Did he really not hear what he said? Or did he not care about him at all? You can go out and ask how domineering this old man's reputation is. Rage points plus 666. The fat old man was furious. A small flame rose up in his heart and his rage started to burn. But to Lin Fan, it wasn't enough. This bit of rage points might have been okay in the past, but now it wasn't enough at all. What he needed were peak rage points. Lin Fan smiled, looking at your battle, I thought of a phrase. It should be like chickens pecking at each other, and in the end, they will become food for others. You should be like that. Look at the giant swords in your hands, they are just too stupid. To say such words against his conscience, his heart hurt. Giant Sword sect's giant swords were just too overbearing. Such a huge sword would definitely look really majestic. When fighting against enemies, just its weight and size would be able to split them into two. At that moment, rage points surged towards him. The people from Giant Sword sect were furious. This fellow was insulting their Giant Sword sect. How despicable. Kid, let me spar with you. There are some things you can say and some things you can't. You insulted Giant Sword sect, so I want to see how skilled you are. The fat old man was furious. He held the giant sword with both hands and stepped forwards. With a loud explosion, he turned into an afterimage. He raised the giant sword in his hands and slashed down from above. The sword was shockingly strong and the terrifying power tore through the space. Mixed energy broken jade hand. The color of his palm slowly changed. He raised a finger and with a clang, he blocked the giant sword that slashed through the air. With a buzz, a shockwave spread out. How is that possible? The fat old man was shocked. His eyes opened wide like he had seen a ghost. He didn't believe that Lin Fan could use one finger to block his giant sword. Not bad, but you are still very weak. Lin Fan smiled and pulled with his finger. A vast ocean-like power surged along the giant sword and passed to the old man's wrist. The old man's expression changed and the giant sword in his hand started to shake. It wasn't that he was afraid, but the power that spread from the giant sword caused it to shake. He released his hand in embarrassment and the giant sword fell to the ground. If he didn't, he would have been injured by the power. If it's a new book from a friend, please add it to your collection or recommend it. Just tip me. Chapter 315. The sword landed. The deputy sect leader, who treated the giant sword as his everything, actually released his hand and gave up on the sword in his hand. Pata. Lin Fan grabbed the giant sword and waved it a few times. The wind was really loud and it felt really good. He felt like he was developing in an indescribable direction. The giant sword sect deputy sect leader looked at Lin Fan in shock. He looked at his empty hand in disbelief. My sword fell and was taken by him. Rage exploded. The giant sword sect disciples were furious. Lin Fan was slapping their faces. Especially when he had a smile on his face. They felt like the smile was mocking them and that he didn't care about giant sword sect at all. Luying sect deputy sect leader said, "You are really strong. I have no grievances with you, so I won't disturb your conflict with giant sword sect." He wanted to lead his disciples and leave. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that Lin Fan was able to block their giant sword so easily was enough to show that he was much stronger than them. To stay here with the giant sword sect people to fight him head-on. That wasn't a wise choice. Leaving was the best choice. It was best if the deputy sect leader died to their experts. If the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine was snatched, then they could only accept it. But giant sword sect, who suffered heavy losses, would become their target. When that happened, giant sword sect wouldn't be able to do anything they wanted. Why are you leaving? Looking at you, I feel like you are despicable and despicable. Are you gloating? Could Lin Fan's words even be spoken by a human? He didn't do anything and didn't provoke him at all. To be rebuked like that made him feel really confused. Schwa. The Luying sect people were furious. Lin Fan was provoking them and even using such despicable words to insult their deputy sect leader. As disciples, they felt like they lived and died with the sect. Now that their deputy sect leader was being slapped, wasn't that the same as slapping their faces? Rage points exploded out. Lin Fan was satisfied. However, scolding people for no reason wasn't very friendly and it wasn't good for his image. It was easy to create an image of someone who relied on his strength to be lawless and out of control. But he had no choice. Everything was for strength. Furthermore, there was nothing wrong with this. It would increase the other party's tolerance. In the future, when they encountered true humiliation, they would be able to endure it and not become irritable at the slightest disagreement. The Luying sect's vice sect leader's expression was not right. He was obviously angry. Aren't you going a little too far? My flowing shadow sect has never become enemies with anyone. Do you really think that I'm easy to bully by humiliating me like this? The Luying sect's vice sect leader wasn't fat. He was skinny and weak, and his eyes gave off a strict feeling. Lin Fan smiled, Actually, the best way to prove that you're not easy to bully is to use your strength to charge at me, press me to the ground, step on my head, point at my face, and tell me loudly, "Kid, don't be too presumptuous." When these words came out, the deputy sect leader of the Luiying sect was dumbfounded. He felt that these words seemed to be what was going to happen next. And he was the existence that was being stepped on. Calm down, I have to calm down. He was a little impulsive just now. To the Luiying sect deputy sect leader, that was indeed the case. He was just too rash. If they really fought, he didn't dare say that he could suppress him. Instead, there was a high chance that he would be suppressed. Just thinking about it made him feel terrified. Why aren't you speaking? Or do you really not have any courage at all? Lin Fan asked. Actually, he really didn't want to fight him. He just wanted to use words to infuriate them. Looking at the current situation, the effect was quite obvious. Luiying sect deputy sect leader was furious. He was so furious that his body was trembling. There were so many disciples behind him, and he humiliated him just like that. Didn't he give him any face at all? Rage points plus 999 at that moment. The area was slightly silent. The two sects stared at Lin Fan in rage, but they didn't do anything. It was like they were all waiting for someone to attack first. Return my sword. The fat old man raged. His sword had been snatched away, so the anger in his heart was burning brightly. Where did this fellow come from? If he wanted to snatch the Heaven Crystal Stone mine, then so be it. What was the meaning of this? Just because he was strong, he wanted to humiliate them so arrogantly. Too much, really too much. I will return it to you later. Your giant sword is not bad, it feels good when I play with it. Lin Fan chuckled. That was indeed the case. He loved it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. If it was possible, he really wanted to carry this huge sword with him at all times. When he was fighting someone, he could take out the huge sword and slash at them. That would feel really good. You, the fat old man gritted his teeth. His face flushed red and he really wanted to suppress Lin Fan to death. How despicable. He actually said that his giant sword felt good when he played with it. To get more rage points, it seemed like he had to continue working hard. This couldn't go on. What is going on? Are all of you really so weak? I am just one person and so many of you don't even dare to say a word. Disappointing, really disappointing. Lin Fan shook his head and said regretfully. His tone of disdain stabbed right into their hearts. The normal disciples were furious, but it was useless. They were just scum. Even the deputy sect leader didn't dare to say anything, so how would they dare to say anything? Senior, don't you think that this is a little too much? At that moment, a young man walked out. When the deputy sect leader saw that disciple, he was shocked. Rongming, what are you doing? Retreat. Zhang Rongming was the top disciple of Giant Sword Sect, the direct disciple of the sect leader. He was young and his cultivation was decent. Although he couldn't compare to the top disciples of the top sects, his talent wasn't weak. It was just that the sect's ability was limited. Looking at the other party, Lin Fan's interest was piqued. The feeling of being addressed as senior was rather satisfying. As expected, it depended on strength. Youth was just like the clouds. Looking at him, he was much older than him. But no matter what, age didn't matter at all. Cough cough, you junior do have some courage. Your deputy sect leader doesn't dare to say anything, but you dare to. Why? What do you think? Lin Fan asked. He coughed and slightly relaxed the nervousness in his heart. This was the first time he acted like an elder. No, he didn't act like an elder. He really was an elder. These so-called young disciples were unable to sit on the same level as him. Unknowingly, they would always be slightly lower than him. Zhang Rongming was neither humble nor arrogant. At the same time, he was really curious about how old he was and how strong he was. The gap was just too terrifying. Senior, my sect and Luiying sect are fighting for the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine. Senior is strong and can take it, but why do you have to humiliate my sect? I, Zhang Rongming, as a giant sword sect disciple, can't watch as my sect is humiliated and do nothing. Now, I am declaring war against Senior. I don't want to win, I just want to let Senior know that my giant sword sect can't be humiliated. Kang. The moment he said this, Zhang Rongming pulled out the giant sword on his back and stabbed it into the ground. He then looked at Lin Fan with a firm gaze. A shocking aura spread out from his body. This aura might be strong to others, but compared to Lin Fan, it was really small. It was so small that it was terrifying. Senior brother is amazing. That's right, senior brother is right. As giant sword sect disciples, how can we let someone humiliate our sect? Even if we can't win, we have to have the courage to draw our swords. The giant sword sect disciples raised their heads like they had received a huge encouragement. Rongming. The fat old man looked at Zhang Rongming and sighed. He was really happy that giant sword sect could have such a disciple. However, he didn't know where this person came from. If he attacked him viciously, then what would happen? No, he definitely couldn't let Rongming be rash. Senior, please teach me. Zhang Rongming hollered in rage. He stepped forwards and jumped up. He raised the giant sword in his hand and slashed towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't move at all. He squinted his eyes and suddenly opened them. A pressure exploded out. The space seemed to become sticky and many ripples spread out. Pang! Zhang Rongming felt this pressure and his expression changed. He landed on the ground and his legs sunk in. The giant sword in his hand felt like it was tens of thousands of kilograms and it trembled. However, he gritted his teeth and gripped the hilt of the giant sword tightly with both hands. Under this pressure, the veins on his arms gradually appeared. Ah! Zhang Rongming hollered in rage. His waist slowly bent and he couldn't take it anymore. Interesting. Lin Fan thought about it. This scene made him think about a scene. It was like one of those stories in novels. Instantly, a shocking thing happened. An even larger power exploded out from Zhang Rongming's body. He broke through. The fat old man wanted to charge up and stop Lin Fan, but he didn't expect that under this pressure, Rongming would actually break through and become a grandmaster. The old man was delighted. To become a grandmaster at 25, he didn't dare say that he was the top in the world, but he was definitely a genius. Even top sect disciples might not be able to become a grandmaster at 25. I sense a really strong power. Zhang Rongming's heart was like a flame. He felt the power in his body and he felt like he was invincible. I can do it, I definitely have the ability to fight him. When such an unrealistic thought appeared, Lin Fan taught him a lesson. The aura increased slightly. Pang! Zhang Rongming couldn't take it anymore and he was pressed to the ground. Perhaps this was the most tragic scene he had ever seen. Or rather, this shouldn't be the case at all. Not bad. Lin Fan praised. It was indeed not bad. He didn't expect for someone to break through under pressure to actually happen. It wasn't just a rumor and he had learned something new. Chapter 316. Unfortunately, even if he broke through, he was still a little weak. But this fellow was a little interesting. It was different from what he had expected. You. Giant Sword Sect Deputy Sect Leader stared at Lin Fan in rage. At the same time, he was worried about Rongming's situation. Rongming breaking through to Grandmaster Realm was a blessing for Giant Sword Sect, but if he was killed right after he broke through, then he would have no choice but to keep it in his heart. Zhang Rongming climbed up slowly and his eyes were filled with shock. When he broke through to Grandmaster, his heart swelled up and he felt like he was an invincible genius. But very quickly, reality taught him a lesson. So what if he broke through? When he had to be suppressed, he would always be suppressed. Okay, let's not talk about you and me. Truthfully, I am only 20. I am really young. Don't get complacent just because you broke through. You have to know that there are people better than you and I am that person. Lin Fan said calmly. Lin Fan said calmly. A weird glow appeared in the eyes of everyone present, like they were saying that he really knew how to act cool. Unfortunately, they didn't understand Lin Fan. He didn't know what it meant to act cool and he was just speaking the truth. Also, I am not insulting you, but I really don't have a good impression of you. Let me ask you a question, do you know about the border war? Lin Fan asked. When the two deputy sect leaders heard this, their expressions changed. But for the other disciples, they were lost. What was he talking about? Border war. They had no idea what he was talking about. Your two sects are fighting for the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine. If you have the energy, you should head to the border and defend against the alliance. You shouldn't be fighting here. Looking at your expressions, it is obvious that you know about the alliance, right? Lin Fan said. The situation at the border made him feel helpless. There were indeed experts defending, but they were too weak. Facing the alliance's attacks, how long could they last? One city was broken through and all the experts were killed. If all the sects could work together to fight against the alliance, then there wouldn't be so many problems. He had no more rage points. After this period of suppression, they were all crushed, so he didn't want to continue to piss them off. Okay, I will return it to you, bunch of weak chickens. Lin Fan tossed the giant sword down. It spun in the air and stabbed in front of the fat old man. As soon as he finished speaking, he already had the thought of leaving. The people of the two sects were a bit dumbfounded. They had no idea what was going on. In fact, they even thought that this person was sick. Was he leaving just like that? In that case, what exactly was going on? Was there something wrong with his brain? Please wait. Just as Lin Fan was about to leave, Zhang Rongming opened his mouth. He didn't have many complaints about being suppressed by Lin Fan. He just understood what those words meant. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at Zhang Rongming. What was this fellow thinking? Was it because he had lost face and wanted to fight with his life on the line? Or was it because of the saying, life is full of ups and downs? This sentence was the most frightening. Rongming, what are you doing? The fat old man asked, wanting to stop Rongming. To him, this was Rongming's unwillingness in his heart. He wanted to challenge Lin Fan to the end, but he was too rash. Lin Fan was really strong, and even he wasn't a match for him. Zhang Rongming didn't bother about the deputy sect leader and asked, Senior, what is the border defense and alliance that you are talking about? Lin Fan smiled, so, you don't know. Okay, let me tell you, it isn't safe now. The border is being invaded by the alliance and they want to occupy our land. When I see all of you fighting for a Heaven Crystal Stone Mine, I find it amusing. If the alliance breaks through the defense line and enters, not to mention the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine, even your sect might not be able to keep it. Of course, if you join the alliance, you might be able to live like a dog. If he hadn't personally witnessed what happened at the border, he wouldn't have had such thoughts. But seeing it with his own eyes brought about a great shock to his heart. Those seniors put down their glory and willingly stayed in a city and pretended to be normal people. Even he was tricked. Thinking back to when he was in U City, to prove the source of rage points, he purposely scared a stall owner. Now that he thought about it, it was really terrifying. If they were furious, they could kill him with one slap. Maybe at that time, he was the only weak chicken in the entire city. Senior, who is the alliance? Are they external enemies? Zhang Rongming asked. Lin Fan said, you can say that they are from the outer region. All of you are enjoying life here while others are trying their best to defend. Okay, I am too lazy to talk nonsense with all of you. Right, who is willing to block the alliance with me? Although he explained it really clearly, many disciples were stunned. They didn't understand what he was talking about at all. The two deputy sect leaders were terrified. How could they block? This was a matter that would cost their lives. The mortality rate was terrifyingly high and they basically had a 90% chance of dying. Kiki, forget it, there is no point in asking. Lin Fan turned around and was about to leave. He didn't understand why he was saying such nonsense to them. I will go. Zhang Rongming shouted. The fat old man was shocked. He walked forwards and pulled Rongming. His face was vicious, you are crazy. Lin Fan turned his head and looked at him with a weird expression. He didn't expect that he was the only one with balls. The others who were stronger than him all retracted their necks like they were afraid of dying. Zhang Rongming shook his head, Deputy Sect Leader, I am not crazy. Although I don't know what the alliance is, it is obvious that they aren't good people. It is hard for me to grow in the sect. If I can raise my strength and also defend against external enemies, I think that is the best choice. Some things have to be done. If you don't do it and I don't do it, then no one will. Pa pa. Lin Fan clapped, not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to meet such a kid. You have ideas and courage, but you are too weak. Even if I bring you there, you won't be able to help. Zhang Rongming retorted, being weak isn't scary. As long as one has a courageous heart, I don't believe that there are no weaklings in the alliance. If I can't kill the strong, then I will kill those on the same level as me. Ha ha ha. Lin Fan smiled, not bad, you are right. There are some things that people don't do, so no one will do it. To me, it is a waste of your talent to stay in Giant Sword Sect. Such a cowardly sect actually has someone like you. I feel pity for you, they aren't worthy. That's right, that's right. You. The fat old man was furious. This fellow had underestimated their sect time and time again. Did he really think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he was strong? Actually, in Lin Fan's words, strong people could do whatever they wanted. But at that moment, he looked at Zhang Rongming, don't be rash. We don't know who he is. If you follow him, what if something happens? Deputy Sect Leader, I wasn't rash. Although I don't know who he is, I know that if he wants to kill us, you won't be his match. Zhang Rongming said. The surrounding disciples all gathered over and hoped that senior brother wouldn't be rash. Wasn't it good to stay here? Why take the risk? Senior, please bring me along. Zhang Rongming looked at Lin Fan and said. Then, let's go. True essence spread out from Lin Fan's body and wrapped up Zhang Rongming. He then looked at everyone, Tisk, I am not as bold as a grandmaster. He didn't want to see how angry he was and just left right away. Zhang Rongming waved towards the deputy sect leader and the junior brothers. Don't worry, I will come back alive. Tell master not to worry about me and that I will take care of myself. Rongming. The deputy sect leader wanted to stop him but he knew that he couldn't. Maybe this would be the last time they met. He wanted to follow but he was afraid and didn't have the courage. He knew that at the border, God Essence Realm was like a dog and Void Realm was just normal combat strength. Grandmaster Realm people couldn't even be considered cannon fodder. In the air. Lin Fan thought about it and said, Oi, I am sorry. I didn't mean to belittle your sect, so don't take it to heart. Zhang Rongming shook his head, if what senior said is true, then I don't think that I am belittling us. After all, it is the truth. The sect is too conservative and doesn't want any losses, so they won't head to the border. However, can Senior tell me what my strength is like at the border? Lin Fan looked at Zhang Rongming. This problem was a little complicated. He thought about it for a moment. He decided to tell him. Even if he was afraid, he wouldn't say anything and would just let him go. After all, he was a courageous man. It was just that he wasn't courageous enough. What do you think of my strength? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Rongming said, naturally, I don't need to talk about Senior's strength. The deputy sect leader is not your match, so you are definitely an even stronger expert. Lin Fan shook his head, my strength can only be considered average at the border. You can think about it yourself. At that moment, Zhang Rongming's eyes opened wide like he had heard wrongly. He was already so strong, but he was only average. That was just unbelievable. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that the senior's expression was so serious and didn't seem to be joking, he would have thought that it was fake. Lin Fan saw that Zhang Rongming was in deep thought and asked, are you afraid? No, I am just a little nervous. Zhang Rongming didn't act cool and say that he wasn't afraid at all. He was even a little excited. To anyone, when they were about to head to a place where there were many experts, naturally, they would be nervous. If you want to wait until you are stronger before heading to the border, that is possible. Lin Fan said. Zhang Rongming shook his head, Senior, let's just head to the border. I can be on high alert and only under high pressure will I be able to squeeze out all my potential. Lin Fan smiled. It felt really good. People who were many years older than him had to call him Senior, that felt really good. Chapter 317. Zhang Rongming's departure made Giant Sword Sect lose the mood to fight for the Heaven Crystal Stone Mine. They had to head back to inform the sect leader about what happened here. Luying Sect deputy sect leader was thinking about something. As higher-ups, they knew about the border matter. After all, it caused a huge commotion. Maigu City was wiped out and numerous experts fell. Naturally, it caused a huge commotion. Based on what he knew, many of the experts in Maigu City were top sect elders or top disciples. Decades ago, they didn't care about the sect's obstruction and headed to the border to defend against the alliance. They were chased out of their sects and became traitors. In their words, those top sects were so strong, so why didn't they support them? Why did they send mid-tier sects to die? That didn't make sense. Senior, can I ask how do you cultivate? Zhang Rongming hesitated and felt that it wasn't good to be too direct. However, he really wanted to know. In his heart, he didn't believe it. How could someone so young reach such a realm? That didn't make sense. Lin Fan stood with his arms behind his back and smiled, nothing much. I am just a little more talented and hardworking. Even he didn't believe what he said. But he had no choice. He couldn't say that he had a small support system and that cultivation was like drinking water. As long as he got some rage points, he could add them. Zhang Rongming's eyes opened wide and he shut up. He didn't ask anymore as such a reply was too shallow. Anyone with a brain wouldn't believe it. Let's rest here for the night. Lin Fan didn't care whether or not he believed it. No matter who asked, it would always be the same reason and it wouldn't change at all. Talent and hard work. If such a reason wasn't real enough, then what else could be? He landed on the ground. Zhang Rongming went around to find wood to start a fire. Lin Fan didn't need to do anything at all. The fire rose up and chased away the darkness around. At the same time, it brought warmth. Zhang Rongming caught a wild boar, skinned it, and barbecued it on the fire. He didn't regret leaving Giant Sword Sect to follow Lin Fan to the border. Even if he was a little nervous and afraid, he quickly tossed it to the back of his head. Senior, can you tell me about the situation at the border? Zhang Rongming sat beside the fire and looked at the burning wood. He was really curious. This was the first time he knew about Alliance's existence and he had never heard of it before. Lin Fan wanted to check his rage points. When he heard Zhang Rongming's question, his expression turned solemn and he said, "If I didn't see it personally, I wouldn't be able to imagine it." He looked at Zhang Rongming. "Maigu City, do you know about it?" Zhang Rongming nodded his head. "I know, I heard people talk about it. It is a poor city and it is located in a remote area." "Poverty? No, actually it's not poverty. It's just that in the eyes of those who don't know the truth, it's poverty. But in my opinion, it's the richest in spirit and will. It's not something that can be replaced by ordinary things. Unfortunately, Maigu City has disappeared. There were many experts in the city but under the Alliance's attacks, all of them died. I've seen a yin-yang expert fight 1 against 3. After he killed them, he didn't show any fear when facing someone stronger than him. I've also seen someone who was badly injured and unable to fight. To make the Alliance pay the price, he charged into the Alliance and detonated his own true essence to kill more Alliance experts." Lin Fan looked at Zhang Rongming with a deep gaze. What he said shook Zhang Rongming's heart. He imagined those scenes in his mind and said with a sunken expression, "I didn't expect it to be so intense." Right, it was indeed intense, but no one regretted it. With their strength, if they were willing to join some faction, they would be able to obtain riches and power. But they didn't. Instead, they willingly hid their names in the city for decades to welcome the Alliance. Lin Fan said solemnly. After fighting with the Alliance, he knew that they weren't simple. The Alliance didn't lack experts. With his current strength, it was just a dream for him to sweep the Alliance. As for getting stronger to deal with the Alliance, that was a good choice but it consumed too much time. It was hard to say what would happen during this period of time. What he hoped to do was to kill the Alliance while increasing his strength. Zhang Rongming was filled with respect. He showed the highest respect towards the experts at the border. These were all people who were worthy of his respect. In fact, he even had a feeling that it was something to be proud of to be able to fight alongside them. At that moment, footsteps spread out from the distance. Someone is here. Zhang Rongming was really nervous. He placed his palm on the hilt of his sword and looked into the distance. When one was outside, one had to be careful. Lin Fan didn't care much. He just took a look and lost interest. When he saw Zhang Rongming's nervous expression, he said, "Don't be too nervous, it is nothing." Zhang Rongming nodded his head and slowly relaxed. But his habitual sword-holding posture didn't change. Slowly, 2 people walked over. They were a little blurry but slowly became clearer. They were 2 tall girls. It is so late at night, why would girls appear here? Lin Fan didn't understand but there were only a few possibilities. They were either enemies or strong people. There definitely weren't any good family girls who had entered this place. That was impossible. Very quickly, the 2 girls saw the flames in the distance. They didn't change their path and instead walked over. "Greetings, young masters. My little miss and I are passing by and hope to stay here for the night." The girl who spoke looked decent and was a beauty. But her dressing was a little immature. Her tone was easy to get close to but also gave off a feeling like she was pushing people away. It gave one a conflicting feeling. Zhang Rongming looked at the 2 girls and was shocked. Especially the girl who didn't speak. She was really cold and gave off a really strong aura just by standing there. It even made Zhang Rongming feel like he didn't dare to look straight at her. As a top disciple of Giant Sword Sect, he had a strong aura around him. For him to have such a feeling now was just unbelievable. Zhang Rongming didn't reply and looked at Lin Fan. It was best if he waited for Senior to speak. Lin Fan said, "Are you guys good or bad?" "Young master, what do you mean by that?" The immature girl asked and didn't understand what he meant. "It is simple. If you are bad, then I will beat you up. If you are good, then we can sit down and talk. Lin Fan said. If she didn't understand such simple and direct words, then she would be disappointed. It was obvious that Lin Fan's words stunned the girls. Especially that cold girl. Although her expression didn't change, a weird look flashed in her eyes. Zhang Rongming was filled with respect. As expected from Senior, he was inferior to him. If Senior wasn't here, maybe he would have been really passionate. In Lin Fan's words, he was willing to be a happy bootlicker without even knowing it. Lin Fan smelled something from the girl's body. It wasn't a normal smell. From her aura and actions, she gave off a signal that she wasn't a normal person. Young master, my little miss and I are both good people. Do we look like bad people? The immature girl smiled. She felt like this person's words were really interesting. She had never met such a person before. Hard to say. Lin Fan shook his head. Who knew the truth? The young woman smiled faintly and took out a piece of cloth from her bag. She placed it on the ground and asked the young miss to sit down. Then, she sat beside the young miss and leaned forward slightly. It was like a protective measure. If there was any danger, she could protect the young miss immediately. Lin Fan raised his head and looked into the darkness. He laughed to himself. As expected, to Zhang Rongming, he couldn't sense the situation around, but he could sense that in the darkness, there was an expert looking at the situation. It was quite interesting. He just didn't expose her. Young masters, my little miss and I came from afar and passed by this place. If we did anything wrong, please forgive us. Young masters, you don't know our names. I am, unfortunately, before she could say the name, she was interrupted by Lin Fan. Lin Fan waved his hands, there is no need to say it. I am not interested in your names. Moreover, I don't think you will say your real names, so why make me remember two fake names? When the sky turns bright, we will go our separate ways. There is no need to act like we are close. Zhang Rongming was impressed and gave a thumbs up. Senior was indeed a senior. Although he didn't give them any face, it made sense. He felt like he couldn't do that. If he met two such beautiful girls in the wilderness, naturally, he would be more considerate. He definitely wouldn't be able to be so cold and calm like Senior. Senior, the meat is ready. Zhang Rongming took the wild boar down from the fire and placed it on the prepared leaves. He then looked towards the two girls. If Senior wasn't here, he might have asked whether or not they wanted to eat together. Lin Fan saw Zhang Rongming's expression and sighed. This kid was brave and talented, but why did it seem like he had never seen a girl before? Train him, he had to train him well. Ah! Lin Fan grabbed the roasted wild boar and tore off the meat. The meat here was the best. In his last life, it was tough to eat such meat. After all, there was only a small piece and it was hard to buy. The fragrance spread into his nose. He didn't think about sharing it with the two girls. Their background was unknown and their status was definitely not simple. They looked cold and distant, so he wouldn't lick their butts. His words were a little direct. But just like that, there was no problem at all. The girl thought to herself, what an unmannered guy, isn't he going to ask whether or not they want to eat? The cold girl didn't react much. A pair of bright eyes would occasionally look at Lin Fan. This person wasn't simple. Chapter 318. The night was silent. There were many wild boar skeletons on the ground. He saw that Zhang Rongming actually split the meat he hid with that gluttonous young girl. Damn! As expected, he was a bootlicker. However, he was too lazy to care about it. Young people needed to experience some things before they could gradually grow up. No one was born to be a bootlicker. It was just that some bootlickers would become mentally and physically exhausted before they would suddenly wake up. Zhang Rongming was still deep in it. Although he wasn't really crazy, he had the potential to develop. Lin Fan looked at his rage points. Rage points, 196522. It was not bad to have such numbers. Although it was still a small amount, if he used it well, he would be able to increase his strength once more. Emperor Heaven's scripture had already risen to grade 8 and could continue to improve. If he raised his true essence cultivation, his strength would become even stronger. He consumed 45,000 rage points. Emperor Heaven's scripture, grade 9, Lin Fan suppressed his aura, but it still spread out. The leaves around were blown up by a gentle aura. Such a situation didn't escape everyone's attention. Zhang Rongming looked at Lin Fan with his mouth agape like he didn't expect that senior would actually cultivate here. It seemed like he was about to break through. The two girls remained silent, but their gazes were locked onto Lin Fan's body. They had come from some terrifying place, but it was rare for them to see someone break through so easily. As for the person hidden in the darkness, naturally, he was a little shocked. He knew that Lin Fan had noticed him. But he didn't point it out, so he didn't ask. He agreed with Lin Fan's words. They met by chance, so there was no need to be so familiar with each other. As expected, my true essence quality wasn't low. When I cultivated the Purple Sun for Saint scripture to the max realm, my internal strength had a shocking change. It turned into true essence and its quality increased. Especially when I cultivated each heart cultivation technique to the highest realm and broke through the limits of cultivation. At the same time, I cultivated so many techniques to the highest realm. Thus, the main reason why I was able to cross realms and kill enemies was because of this and not because of those dual cultivators. He thought about it and instantly understood a lot. That should be the case, otherwise, it wouldn't make sense. Improve. The value of 490 true essence slowly jumped. He did not understand what this value meant, but he was not afraid and continued to increase it. In an instant, true essence floated to 500. True essence rose to middle 5-element realm. A boiling true essence seeped out of his body and slowly spread outwards. He was no longer the Lin Fan of the past. There was no need for a shocking scene to prove how much of a commotion he could cause when he broke through. Everything was calm and peaceful. But to others, it wasn't calm at all. In fact, it was shocking. He, the big Missy, who had an extraordinary status, looked at the scene before her in shock. Her red lips parted slightly, and her eyelashes trembled slightly. If she hadn't seen it for herself, she might not have believed it. "Miss, is he breaking through? Why does it feel so relaxed? It doesn't seem like it at all." It was indeed so. This kind of breakthrough did not seem like a breakthrough. She had seen many people break through. Whether it was the momentum or the scene, it was extremely shocking. But the breakthrough in front of her was really calm and one couldn't tell at all. Zhang Rongming sensed that the aura from Senior's body had become stronger. The true essence that seeped out from his body seemed really calm, but he knew that the overbearing power within wasn't as simple as he thought. Improve. Consumed 50,000 rage points. True Heaven Body Secret Technique, Grade 3, Wang. The commotion was a little huge. His body shook and his muscles were like waves, moving round and round. As expected, it is a top body training technique. Lin Fan slowly felt that cultivating the god body wasn't so simple. But regretfully, he had the small support system, so to him, he couldn't feel the bottlenecks he faced when cultivating. It had always been smooth sailing and he was able to improve at will. The darkness god domain in his body was a little interesting. Till now, he didn't understand what use it had or how to use it. He is a dual cultivator. If the previous scene had only surprised them, then they were completely dumbfounded by what they saw now. It wasn't that there were no dual cultivators, but there were very few who could reach such a level. Normal people only touched on a little. That was because no one had enough energy to cultivate the body. As for those sick in the head, naturally, there was no need to talk about them. Now that one appeared in front of them, how could they not be shocked? He said that he is younger than me. Senior is definitely older than me. Zhang Rongming shouted in his heart. He knew that if one cultivated the body to God Essence realm, one would be able to break the limits of the body and maintain one's looks. But very few people could cultivate to God Essence realm. He was sure that the senior in front of him was an old fellow. If Lin Fan knew, he would definitely grumble. Who was he calling an old fellow? Improve. God body numbers slowly rose. A power appeared in his body. This was the power of the God body. Consumed 50,000 rage points. God body, 510, peak 5 element realm, the vibration of his body slowly calmed down. What replaced it was a thin veil that seemed to have merged with his body. Who? Lin Fan opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. With his current God body cultivation, there shouldn't be any turbid air in his body. But now that there was some, it meant that deep within his body, there were still unknown impurities. He thought back to something from his last life. The human body was filled with many secrets. The human body was like the universe and the cells were like galaxies. Our understanding of this was only at the most primitive state. Even the most advanced technology couldn't solve it. If not, with the Alliance's technology, they would have noticed the secrets within. It seemed like if he wanted to get to the bottom of it, he could only rely on himself to cultivate his body to a higher level. Maybe one day he would be able to unlock the deepest secrets in his body. Why? Is there a problem? Lin Fan saw Zhang Rongming looking at him with a stunned expression. He smiled and asked. Kid, what happened? Why did it feel like he was stunned? Say. Senior, you broke through. Zhang Rongming stuttered and asked in disbelief. Lin Fan smiled. I suddenly felt something, so I cultivated for a while. I didn't expect to break through. That was unexpected. Aha! Zhang Rongming was speechless by Senior's words and he actually didn't know what to say. Suddenly felt something. He really wanted to shout out loud. Senior. Even if he wanted to act cool, he couldn't act like that. Didn't he feel that it was too much? No matter what, he had to consider other people's feelings. The blow was just too huge. Now that he only had 4 rage points left, what a tragic life. But it was worth it. Slowly increasing strength was a form of improvement. God body reached peak 5 element realm and true essence reached middle 5 element realm. He wasn't far from breaking through to yin yang realm. He thought about raising his God body to yin yang realm. But thinking about it, there was no need. Just raising to yin yang realm didn't mean that his strength would reach an unimaginable level. With the current situation, he needed more rage points to prepare for the yin yang realm. The expert hiding in the darkness didn't dare to underestimate Lin Fan and treated him as an expert. An expert who cultivated both internal and external cultivation was not someone an ordinary expert could compare to. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Fan wasn't that old. Zhang Rongming didn't know how to look at bone age and was unable to estimate one's age. But he could tell right away that Lin Fan's bone age wasn't high and he was really young. For some unknown reason, the person hidden in the darkness leaned forward slightly, as if he thought that no matter when the other party attacked, he would be able to kill him immediately. Now, he had to move a little closer to have the confidence to intercept the other party. Little miss, he is so terrifying. The girl rubbed her eyes like she didn't dare to believe it. The cold girl didn't react at all. She just compared him to the geniuses in the race and noticed that they didn't even have the right to carry his shoes. Lin Fan looked into the darkness, I have no ill intentions towards them, so there is no need for you to get so close. Senior, who are you talking to? Zhang Rongming was stunned. He followed Lin Fan's gaze and looked into the darkness. He instantly understood. At the same time, his gaze towards the two girls changed. Who knew that Lin Fan's background wasn't simple? Shortly after, he distanced himself from Lin Fan like he didn't want to mix with him. The cold girl was shocked that Lin Fan actually noticed the people behind her. As expected, his strength couldn't be underestimated. The night was really tough to pass. What are your names? Lin Fan felt really bored. As for what he said before, he tossed it to the back of his head. Since he was bored, it was better to tease them. The girl asked, "Didn't you say that you didn't want to know our names?" Lin Fan was calm and said calmly, "That is the past. Now is the present, there is no problem." The girl was speechless. She glanced at Little Miss and realized that Little Miss didn't stop them. Instead, she became bolder. "We wanted to tell you our names but you didn't want to hear it. Now, you have to say your names first." Zhang Rongming couldn't help but say, "Miss, I am Zhang Rongming." Lin Fan looked at him with a weird expression. This kid was a little proactive. Who did he like? But it was obvious. The girl's target wasn't Zhang Rongming. She just nodded her head and walked away. This made Zhang Rongming feel a little depressed. Was she so realistic? The girl looked towards Lin Fan and waited for him to say his name. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment. Zhou Dafu. Chapter 319. When such an insincere name came out from Lin Fan's mouth. For some reason, it made one feel helpless. Was he serious? He even used the name of the jewelry store. Schwa. Zhang Rongming looked at Lin Fan. Senior's name didn't seem to be like that. If he remembered correctly, it definitely wasn't. But what was this Zhou Dafu? Was there anyone who could tell him whether or not Senior was lying to the girl? That didn't seem right. That is your name? The girl asked with a weird expression. She definitely didn't believe him. Is there a problem? Zhou Dafu, rich and noble, there is no problem. Lin Fan was really calm like it was the truth. The girl said, "I am Huang Li, Huang Li." Lin Fan looked at her eyes. She didn't seem to have any emotions, but he could see that it was fake. "I am Pineapple, can't there be more sincerity between people? I am really Huang Li, why don't you believe me?" The girl said. Lin Fan smiled, "You are Huang Li, then is your little miss called Ming Chui Lu?" As expected. The trust between people was just too low. He was slightly disappointed about that. Women, couldn't they be more honest? As for him saying that he was Zhou Dafu, there was a reason. The main reason was that he had too many enemies, so it wasn't good to say his real name. 9 Bug Gang's disappearance made him lose his target. He didn't have the energy to search for King Wutong. There were also some random sections. Oh my god, he really had many enemies. What nonsense are you saying, my little miss isn't Ming Chui Lu. However, Huang Li rhymes. The girl said. Lin Fan shook his head, rhymes? 2 orioles are singing, a row of egrets are flying in the sky. Forget it. With the current situation, you definitely can't communicate with me sincerely. I won't ask. The girl said, those 2 lines are so nice, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable. Lin Fan didn't expect this maid to be so talkative. Your family's mistress is right beside you, but she hasn't said a single word. This family's teachings aren't strict enough. What's the point of learning? Those who are righteous are half loyal and half dog butchers. Those who are heartless are all scholars. Don't talk. Let's spend the night like this and go our separate ways tomorrow morning. He was trying to show off his literary talent, but who knew who said it? In any case, if he said it, then it was him who said it. Zhang Rongming didn't expect Senior to have such literary talent. He was impressed, he was really impressed. He was already starting to fill in the blanks. Senior must have been a scholar in the past, but because of the border defense, he gave up on literature and took up martial arts. Admiration welled up in his heart. He really wanted to be at the border with numerous experts to fight against the alliance. At this moment, Yun Xian is my name. The girl who had always been cold spoke out her name to Lin Fan. The sound was very pleasant. Miss. The young woman was surprised. She didn't expect that the young miss would tell him her name and even take the initiative to talk to him. Lin Fan smiled and said, "This name sounds like a real name. What about you?" The young girl said helplessly, "Yao, Ha ha ha." After Lin Fan heard this, he laughed out loud, "I told you that your name is definitely fake. You are still trying to argue with me. Huangli, this name is just too vulgar. But your name isn't any better." Yao said. She was trying to tell him not to laugh at her. Lin Fan didn't know where the two of them came from, but for experts to follow and protect them, it was enough to show that their background wasn't simple. Zhou Dafu is just a nickname. As for my real name, forget it. One day in the future, you will know who I am. If I tell you now, it won't do any good for you. He had already thought about it. As long as he chased the alliance away, no, not only would he chase them away, he would kill them back. Killing their way into the alliance wasn't a place where they could come and go as they pleased. Other people didn't have the courage to do so, but Lin Fan did. Wasn't it just a head-on clash? What was the big deal? Yun Xian looked at Lin Fan for a long while like she was thinking about something but she wasn't sure. She wanted to ask but it was hard for her to open her mouth. In the end, she chose not to ask. So mysterious. Yao felt that Lin Fan was too mysterious. If he didn't want to say, then so be it. She saw that Zhang Rongming was looking at her and stared at him in rage. "Why are you looking at me?" Zhang Rongming turned his head in embarrassment and didn't dare to reply. He also didn't dare to look at her. This feeling was really weird for Zhang Rongming. There were many beautiful female disciples in the sect, but he only treated them as sisters and didn't have any weird feelings towards them. Lin Fan started to talk nonsense, because he wants to eat your sister. I don't have a sister. Yao denied it right away. He wanted to eat her sister. She didn't understand what he was saying at all. Helpless. What a naive little sister. She couldn't even understand such direct words. Forget it, let's not joke anymore. But he didn't understand what Zhang Rongming wanted from girls. Yao did look good, but compared to the little miss beside her, the gap was huge. It was hard to describe, so it was best not to say it in case he hurt her feelings. Zhang Rongming lowered his head and glanced at Senior. He felt like Senior's words were a little off. Wait. Rage points plus 111. Where did the rage points come from? He glanced and noticed that Yun Xian's face was a little off. It was a little red, but more of it was rage. Pervert. Yun Xian's lips moved and gave out a soft sound. Normal people couldn't hear it, and even Lin Fan didn't understand. Lin Fan laughed in his heart. Who knew that the person who understood was this little miss? It seemed like people who received higher education knew more things. Where do you want to go? Lin Fan asked. The smile on his face was like a spring breeze to others, but in Yun Xian's eyes, it was a little perverted. Yao wanted to reply, but Yun Xian interrupted her. Yun Xian shook her head. Her hair swayed and she said softly, "He isn't a good person." Lin Fan heard those words and was a little unhappy. What did she mean? What did she mean by he wasn't a good person? It seemed like no matter where an outstanding man was, he would be slandered by others. Yao was confused. Little Miss meant that he wasn't a good person, but till now, she didn't see him do anything bad. But she would always listen to Little Miss's words. She turned her head and didn't bother about the two of them. Lin Fan smiled and didn't talk to them. They said that he wasn't a good person, but he wasn't a bootlicker. If they ignored him, he would bother them. He was willing to talk nonsense with them at night because he was lonely and wanted to find someone to relieve his boredom. Now, they didn't give him face at all. Then, forget it. Zhang Rongming didn't sense the change. Maybe because he did counseling for a long time, he actually had the courage to talk to Yao. But after listening to Little Miss, Yao wouldn't bother about him. So, Zhang Rongming hit a wall. But don't underestimate Zhang Rongming, who had the potential of a bootlicker. After a short pause, he started to find topics to talk to Yao. Unfortunately, Yao looked at him unhappily and asked him to stop talking so much. It was so annoying. Zhang Rongming was a little disappointed and calmed down for a period of time. But in Lin Fan's eyes, he noticed that Zhang Rongming was moving his butt or stretching his back or acting like he was taking something. The only reason he did all of this was to get closer to Yao, without anyone noticing. Lin Fan shook his head and sighed to Zhang Rongming. Disappointment, he was really disappointed. He thought that he was a perfect kid with potential, but who knew that he was so tacky? Shua shua. Suddenly, the situation around wasn't right. There was something wrong with the surrounding situation. The originally quiet night was no longer quiet. Many people with no purpose had appeared. To Zhang Rongming and the others, they didn't know what was happening around. A person hidden in the darkness instantly appeared beside Yun Xian. Uncle Ing, what happened? Yun Xian frowned and asked. Why did Uncle Ing, who was hidden in the darkness, appear? Enemies are here. Uncle Ing was wary and then hollered, since they are here, then just appear. Why do they have to be so sneaky? Using the moonlight. On the branches not far away, many people appeared. They appeared like ghosts and were silent. If not for their strength increasing, it would have been hard to notice them. These enemies didn't move and just stood quietly on the branches. Looking closely, they all covered their faces. Their eyes, which were filled with killing intent, were exposed. The surrounding temperature seemed to be affected by their aura and lowered by a lot. Experts. Lin Fan felt that they were all experts and none of them came to fish in troubled waters. The weakest was at God Essence Realm. In the distance, in the dark forest, a person walked out. He walked really slowly like everything was under his control. That person maintained a certain distance from Lin Fan and the others and waved his hands. Kill. Shua. The person standing on the branch instantly disappeared. Senior, should we help? Zhang Rongming asked. He didn't expect that he would face such a situation so soon after coming out. It was a little exciting. The key was that he wanted to show off in front of some people. The weakest is at God Essence Realm. If you want to help, you can go. Lin Fan said. He was speechless. Zhang Rongming was speechless. The weakest was at God Essence Realm, so what was the point of fighting? One move and he didn't even say a word and he might be instantly killed. Lin Fan shouted towards those people, pay attention, I am just passing by and have no conflicts with you. Pay attention when you fight and don't kill the wrong person. If not, I will kill all of you. Don't blame me for offending you. He made things clear to these people. It was late at night and the sky was dark. He hoped that they could open their eyes and not make a mistake. If they killed the wrong person, they would have to pay a price. Chapter 320. Lin Fan brought Zhang Rongming up and retreated to the side. He noticed that Yao was looking at him like she wanted to ask for help. Don't look at me like that. We didn't even meet by chance. Till now, I don't even know where all of you came from, so I won't help you for no reason. If one said that Lin Fan was young and rash, that he would be heroic and help out, that was just a dream. He wasn't a fool. If she was a normal girl, naturally, he would help. But thinking about it, he knew that it was impossible. Would a normal girl be chased by an expert? That was impossible. Before he understood the exact situation, he wouldn't attack. After all, it felt really bad to be used as a tool. Senior, are we really not going to help? Zhang Rongming was a little anxious and his eyes locked onto the area ahead. That old man was really fierce, he blocked the enemy alone and nothing happened at the moment. Don't tell me you really like that little girl. We only met for a few hours. Lin Fan asked. He really had nothing to say. Was he so loving? Zhang Rongming was a little embarrassed. Senior, don't say any more, I can understand how you feel. Lin Fan was helpless. He could understand him. Not everyone was like him who wouldn't be charmed by beauty. Zhang Rongming was someone who was deeply attracted to beauty. In just a few hours, he had a good impression of a girl. Men were really terrifying beings. Schwa. There was movement around. I told you that I was just passing by, so don't offend me. Lin Fan felt movement beside him. A figure appeared and stabbed towards Lin Fan's back with a dagger in his hand. The masked man's killing intent boiled. But instantly, his pupils constricted. A hand reached out from who knows where. With a pata. Lin Fan's fingers covered his face. With a fling of his arm, he pinned him to the ground. He released his hand and stepped on the back of his head. How problematic. Lin Fan didn't bother about the person beneath his feet and continued to look at the situation. The old man was really strong, a domain realm expert. But the enemy fighting with him wasn't weak either. They were on the same level. It seems like my guess is correct. This girl isn't a normal person. Lin Fan noticed the problem from all the details. It was best if he didn't step into this mess. Rage points plus 999 rage points exploded out from the fellow beneath his feet. He struggled, but it was useless. His feet were really solid, so how could he be lifted off just like that? Sigh. It was a pity. He didn't expect that he would have to do it himself. Once upon a time, when his cousin was by his side, it was always his cousin who beat people up. He never had to worry about it. Who knew how cousin was doing in Marshall Path Mountain? I miss my cousin. All of a sudden, another man appeared beside Lin Fan. He opened up his fingers, revealing his sharp nails that shone with a dark glow. Evidently, he wanted to pierce through Lin Fan's chest. Bang! Rumble. Another enemy laid beneath his feet, silently providing rage points. He was thinking that when he returned, he would head to Marshall Path Mountain to see cousin. He hadn't seen cousin in a long time and he missed him a lot. Zhang Rongming looked at Senior with his mouth agape. Senior, what are you thinking about? Was it really good to treat others so superficially? In his eyes, those attacking enemies were suppressed with a single slap as soon as they reached Senior's side. The efficiency was too fast. Also, didn't you just say that you don't need to care? He really wanted to ask Senior what was going on and whether or not he could tell him. But seeing that Senior was in deep thought like he was thinking about something, he didn't dare to ask. Ing-san, how long are you going to block me for? With your current situation, it is tough for you to block me. Do you want to block the people I brought? Your master should be. When he looked at the situation in the distance, he was stunned. His eyeballs were about to pop out like he had seen a ghost. Damn, what was going on? He saw that the people he brought were all lying on the ground, stacked on top of one another. There were two people standing there, one of them was rubbing his last subordinate on the ground. Such a scene exceeded his expectations. It had even affected his movements. "Ing-san, it seems like someone leaked news to you." "Very good, I will return." The other party didn't say any nonsense. He didn't continue to tangle with Ing-san and just left quickly. With his strength, he was on the same level as Ing-san. The main reason was that he wanted his subordinates to capture Yun Xian. Ing-san found it weird. He turned his head and was shocked. What was going on? What was going on? He didn't expect that these two unfamiliar young people would help him. He didn't expect that the young man would actually suppress all the enemies. She had said that it had nothing to do with them. She really thought that they would ignore it, but she didn't expect. Sure enough, Mrs. Charm was indescribable. Even outside, there would be countless people fighting to protect Mississippi, Sr. Zhang Rongming didn't expect Sr. to act so differently. He said that he wouldn't help, but who knew that he would be so amazing? As expected, he didn't mean what he said. His body was always honest. He shouted that he didn't want it, but his body cooperated. Lin Fan opened his hands. "It really has nothing to do with me. I told them not to offend me, but they insisted. What can I do?" He didn't understand. Were these people sick in the head? Did he look like someone who meddled in other people's business? Or was it a mistake to be handsome? Even guys would be envious when they saw him and then want to kill him. "Thank you for your help. I really thought that you wouldn't help." Yao was grateful. She smiled like she really wanted to say that guys really didn't look like what they thought. Lin Fan said, "I really didn't want to help you. They charged at me, so there was nothing I could do." N. Yao nodded her head. Her expression was like she was saying that he was right. "You didn't do it on purpose. They came to you, so you definitely didn't want to save them." What a perfunctory reply. Lin Fan sighed. What else could he say? Since things had already happened, there was nothing he could say. Of course. Fortunately, Dad didn't see this scene. Otherwise, with Dad's way of thinking, he would definitely think that I was interested in that girl. He wouldn't waste any time and would kidnap the girl, strip himself naked in the middle of the night, and throw him onto the girl's bed. Other people couldn't do such despicable actions, but his father definitely would. "Thank you for your help." Ing-san didn't hide in the darkness. He walked over and cupped his fists in thanks. He had such strength at such a young age, so his background wasn't simple. Lin Fan looked at him. He wanted to say something but he didn't know what to say. "Forget it, you can think whatever you want." He didn't want to say anything more. Helplessness wrapped around his heart. What else could he say? Ing-san wasn't angry. If this kid was so arrogant before, he would definitely be furious. But now, it seemed like he had the right to be arrogant. Moreover, it didn't make him feel annoyed. Instead, he felt like this was his true personality. There was a saying that was right. When one felt good looking at you, no matter what you did, it would be the best. If one felt bad looking at you, no matter what you did, it would be a form of annoyance. "Little miss, this young man isn't easy to get close to," Ing-san said softly. Yun Xian said, "Uncle Ing, this place isn't safe. We should leave. Also, tell them to leave this place soon." Uncle Ing thought about it and nodded his head. That was indeed the case. He then packed up and the three of them left. When they left, Yun Xian reminded Lin Fan that this place wasn't safe. It was best if they left at night in case they came back. Lin Fan took a look and continued to flip the fire. He didn't want to bother with these people. Since they got benefits, then leave. Did they really think that he wanted to save them? Those idiots were wrong and had to offend him. Yun Xian remembered Lin Fan in her heart. It wasn't because he helped them but because he was too arrogant. It was like he didn't care about them at all. What an annoying guy. Very quickly, they all left. What are you looking at? He has already left. I think you shouldn't head to the border and follow him. Who knows, you might be able to hug a beauty in the future. Lin Fan noticed that Rong Ming's eyes were about to pop out. His soul nearly flew away. Zhang Rongming coughed and shook his head. Senior, I definitely won't waver. It's just that everyone loves beauty. I'm just showing what a man should have. I don't have any other intentions. Love beauty? Then, why do you keep staring at the maid? Isn't the little miss prettier? Lin Fan asked. Zhang Rongming didn't even think about it and said, people know their place. Only someone as outstanding as Senior is worthy of her. I am just worthy of her. Lin Fan smiled, I don't think you are. The meaning behind his words was a little huge. Senior, what are you saying? I am a genius disciple of the Giant Sword sect. Why do I feel like I am not even worthy of a maid when you say it? Illusion, this was definitely an illusion. His words were a little sad. Lin Fan hadn't interacted with Zhang Rongming for long but he realized that this kid was courageous. However, he had a bad habit that young people didn't like. He was narcissistic and had wild thoughts. Forget it. There were just too few people like him at this age. Zhang Rongming looked at Senior and blinked. He felt like he had suffered a huge blow and his heart turned cold. In a certain valley. This valley was covered in miasma. There was no one around and no one dared to come here. There wasn't even a single beast. In the deep hole at the center of the valley, there were many poisonous bugs that lived in the miasma. These poisonous insects came in all shapes and sizes, but their ferocious appearance showed that these insects were extremely terrifying existences. Monster Emperor laid in the deep hole and gave off an aura that attracted these bugs. At that moment, a person appeared at the edge of the hole. When he saw the situation, he frowned. Monster Emperor. Chapter 321. Oh, so it is General Xuedu. Monster Emperor was really lazy. He squinted his eyes and teased, you dare to find me alone? Instantly. An extremely cold aura spread out and the bugs in the deep hole started to cry out. Killing intent seeped out from Monster Emperor's body and covered General Xuedu. General Xuedu's expression was really ugly. He hated people like Monster Emperor. It was obvious that he wasn't human anymore. Looking at these disgusting bugs, he wanted to take a super strong pesticide and ruthlessly exterminate these bugs. He wanted to spray these bugs to death, not leaving a single one alive. Monster Emperor, I didn't come to be your enemy. General Xuedu suppressed the rage in his heart. He came with orders from the Alliance headquarters. Monster Emperor grinned and laughed coldly, you didn't come to be my enemy. Why does it feel weird? Aren't we enemies? When have we been friendly? General Xuedu didn't like to talk to Monster Emperor. He felt like he was talking to a lunatic. Moreover, this lunatic wasn't weak and his methods were bloody. Thus, when he came to find Monster Emperor, he rejected him. But who else could he send? 8-star generals weren't his match at all. General Xuedu wanted to scold him. He gave him face but he didn't want it. Did he really think that just because he was strong that he could do whatever he wanted in front of the Alliance? Actually, his thoughts were right. Monster Emperor could indeed do whatever he wanted. He was also a lunatic who wasn't afraid of death. General Xuedu suppressed the rage in his heart and his tone became much gentler. Monster Emperor, let's forget about the past. The Alliance headquarters has sent what we promised you and I hope that you can continue to work with the Alliance. When he said these words, General Xuedu was really annoyed. Working with the Monster Emperor was like placing a bomb beside him. No one knew when the Monster Emperor would go crazy. Monster Emperor said solemnly, "You have to give me what you promised me. Even if you don't, I can take it back with my own hands. Your alliance knows its place, otherwise, I would personally head to the alliance and let you know what the outcome of lying to me is." General Xuedu frowned. "Monster Emperor, don't be too greedy. The alliance isn't a place where you can come and go as you please. The item is here, so whether or not you want to cooperate is up to you." At this moment, Marshal Xuedu threw out a long, thin tube. Monster Emperor took the tube and placed it in front of his eyes to take a closer look. There were many small black particles in the tube that looked like living beings. "We can work together, but I need more things." Monster Emperor asked for more. He needed more of these glass tubes. General Xuedu was furious and said in a low voice, "Monster Emperor, don't go overboard. These things are precious even in the alliance. It is already not bad that you can get one and you actually want more." Monster Emperor tossed the tube into his mouth and bit down. The tube broke and numerous black granules surged into his body. Rumble. Instantly, Monster Emperor's body changed. His fats shook and at the same time, black meridians appeared on the surface of his body. It was terrifying, like there were many earthworms under his skin. What a disgusting fellow. General Xuedu didn't expect that Monster Emperor wouldn't care that there were people around and would just swallow the things he brought. Moreover, he even allowed him to see such disgusting scenes. He wanted to scold this fellow for being a pig. But he knew that he couldn't say such words in front of Monster Emperor, otherwise, the outcome would be catastrophic. Not long later, Monster Emperor opened his eyes and slowly stood up. The fats on his body shook like waves in the ocean, one wave after another. "Decent stuff, we can continue working together. But you make me really unhappy. Since you are here, then let me beat you up." Hung Long. Monster Emperor rose into the air and gave off a shocking aura as he smashed towards General Xuedu. "Monster Emperor, you." General Xuedu was furious. But looking at Monster Emperor, he didn't look like he was joking. If he was careless, he might really die. Hee hee. Monster Emperor's laugh was really dark and sunken. "What a waste that Mao Shintai didn't come with you." Hung Long. A battle exploded out. Great General Xuedu even had the urge to die. What a beast. As expected, he was a moody fellow. He actually attacked him when he sent something over. Who knew how long passed? There was a loud explosion. General Xuedu was pressed to the ground by Monster Emperor. A part of his body was stained with a weird true essence that was corroding his flesh. But to Monster Emperor, these were just small injuries. As long as he didn't die, it was just a small injury. Damn. General Xuedu stood up slowly and looked at Monster Emperor in rage. But instantly, Monster Emperor appeared in front of him. With a pang, his fat palms smacked Xuedu's body and sent him flying. "Xuedu, you are just a so-so. Last time, so many of you surrounded me and only injured me. I even managed to escape. Now that you have sent yourself to me, I have finally vented my anger. Now, we can talk about working together." Monster Emperor tore off the corroded flesh and tossed it to the side. His actions were overbearing and bloody. In the distance, Xuedu wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth and climbed up slowly. "Monster Emperor, what do you want?" Monster Emperor looked at Xuedu and laughed coldly. "Scram, don't offend me in the future, otherwise, I will swallow you up." Ha ha ha. Rage flashed in General Xuedu's eyes, but more than that, he was shocked. He realized that Monster Emperor had become stronger. Compared to the battle at Maigu City, he was much stronger. "Go back and tell Mao Shintai that we can work together, but I need more." Monster Emperor looked at Xuedu and didn't have any thoughts of killing him. Maybe he really wanted to take revenge. "Okay, Monster Emperor, I admit defeat today, but don't be too happy. General Shuedu retreated into the distance and really wanted to kill Monster Emperor. Monster Emperor looked at that person who was slowly disappearing. He patted his stomach and the fats on his stomach shook like waves. I feel much better. Senior, who do you think those people are? Zhang Rongming asked curiously. At the same time, he looked forward to flying. But to fly, one had to be at God Essence Realm. If he didn't have a fortuitous encounter, he would need a lot of time to reach that realm. Lin Fan said, I don't know, but they are definitely not normal people. It is best if we don't get involved with them, there are no benefits. Forget about that maid. The two of you are from two different worlds. Zhang Rongming kept silent for a long while and then said, Senior, although I am a top disciple of Giant Sword Sect, if I can meet her again, I will try. The sect seniors won't mind me finding a maid as my wife. I was wondering why you were so confident. What I meant was that the two of you are from two different worlds. Based on what I guessed, the power she belongs to isn't something your Giant Sword Sect can compare to. Moreover, as a maid, she needs to be married off. Do you want to snatch her from an expert? Lin Fan shook his head. It was really hard to imagine why men were so confident now. Zhang Rongming, for some reason, he had an urge to cry. Senior's words were just too hurtful. Lin Fan felt that he had gone overboard and consoled him, okay, don't be too sad. Work hard to raise your cultivation. Maybe in the future, you will be able to snatch her from that expert. Zhang Rongming said, Senior, you are definitely worthy of that little miss, if you and her. Lin Fan didn't give Zhang Rongming a chance to continue and interrupted, you are right, I am definitely worthy, but is she worthy of me? Sometimes, a man has to be confident. He can't always feel whether or not he is worthy. He has to consider whether or not she is worthy of you. It makes so much sense that I'm left speechless. Lin Fan brought Zhang Rongming to fly in the air. The wind that blew over made Zhang Rongming more awake. But for some reason, his heart, which was originally very calm, suddenly felt a sharp pain. I reached 5-element realm at this age, so what kind of person do you think is worthy of me? Lin Fan asked. If others heard this, they would definitely say that he was acting cool again. But only Lin Fan knew that he wasn't acting cool. He didn't know what acting cool was and was just speaking the truth. Zhang Rongming looked at Lin Fan in a daze and didn't know how to reply. What kind of person was worthy of Senior? This question was just too deep. Forget it, he would just act like he didn't hear anything. A few days later, Lin Fan brought Zhang Rongming towards Laoshan City. He had been thinking about who saved him. But at that time, his consciousness had already dissipated and he couldn't sense it at all. If he knew, he really wanted to ask the other party why they sent him to such a faraway place. To return to Laoshan City would take such a long time. Martial Path Mountain. It was really cold. Huang Boran was filled with despair. As the Huang family young master, investing in Martial Path Mountain gave him much hope. Who knew that the Martial Path Mountain sect leader was gone? The deputy sect leader was gone too. Disciple Zhou Zhongmao was gone too. It felt like the sect leader and vice sect leader had taken the money and ran away, leaving behind a mess here. Go, Z, why is the food getting worse and worse recently? Feng Poliu asked. He brought that brat to cultivate and had a good life. He was satisfied with such a carefree life. Go, Z said, I have no choice, young master's pet is too big and can't take it. Feng Poliu looked outside. There was already a small hut-sized 9 demon sitting on the ground. Its 9 heads swept the food in front of it and its mouth was covered in grease. Actually, we can give it less food. Feng Poliu suggested. After all, it was a bug and didn't need to eat so well. Go, Z shook his head, no, I promised young master that I would make it fat and white. I can't disappoint young master. Feng Poliu was thinking about something. Where did they go? Did they go to the border defense? Liang Yongqi studied the techniques that Zhang Tianshan left and made some progress. Apart from eating, he basically didn't see anyone else. Yuan Tianchu was much thinner and his eyes were a little dark. He sat in front of the table and picked up the cutlery and slowly placed it into his mouth. That was impossible. Where did they go? What was going on? Why couldn't he understand what they were planning? Senior brother, suddenly, a voice spread in from outside. Feng Poliu's palm shook and he looked outside. There was a person standing there. With a thud, he stood up. Junior brother, you. Chapter 322. Feng Poliu had been thinking about whether or not junior brother had survived, but he felt that the chances were low. After all, the Sword Palace sword had attacked and was really strong. How could one block it so easily? Shortly after, he saw a woman and an old man standing beside his junior brother. Especially that old man, he gave Feng Poliu a terrifying feeling. From this, one could see that the girl standing in front of the old man wasn't simple. Senior brother, I didn't expect you to be here. Yan Jiu said excitedly like he was filled with disbelief. Feng Poliu didn't hide anything. Junior brother, why are you here? Seeing that junior brother wasn't dead, he was at ease. Senior brother, let me introduce you, this is. Yan Jiu had many things to say, but thinking that it wasn't the right time, he could only keep it in his heart. However, the girl beside him wasn't simple. Before he finished, she interrupted him. Zhao family Zhao Qingma. Zhao Qingma said. Feng Poliu's expression changed. Apart from that Zhao family, how many other Zhao families could there be? Little Miss Zhao, I am Feng Poliu. Feng Poliu cupped his fists. Zhao Qingma said, I know you, Insect Valley's master killer traitor. Don't worry, I never snitch on you. You can hide here and I won't tell anyone. Feng Poliu's expression changed but he didn't react much. Some things didn't need to be said. When she talked about killing his master, Yan Jiu struggled a little. He wanted to personally ask senior brother what had happened. He didn't believe that senior brother would do such a thing. At that moment, Zhao Qingma's eyes locked onto the giant nine demon. She felt that it was foreign but she felt like it was a beast. After all, she had never seen it before. Yan Jiu saw nine demon right away. He knew what it was but he didn't say it. It belonged to gang leader and he brought it out from Insect Valley. Who knew that it would hatch and grow so big? Little miss, if I am not wrong, this should be a beast from Insect Valley. The old man standing behind Zhao Qingma said. Beast. Zhao Qingma was interested. Nine demon, who was eating, seemed to have sensed it. It raised its 9 heads and stared at Zhao Qingma with its 18 eyes. It bared its teeth and gave out a terrifying sound. It was like it was warning her not to place her impure thoughts on it, that she was a bug that she couldn't get. Feng Poliu, I am interested in this beast, give me a price. Zhao Qingma said. This isn't mine. Poliu said. Zhao Qingma laughed, what a joke. As an Insect Valley disciple, apart from you, no one else knows what this is. Are you joking with me? This is my young master's pet. What do you want? Go Z blocked in front of 9 demon and looked at them warily. Although master, who master, Jiu not, Poliu, not, young, master, young, Poliu, young master, he had master, not. This? Zhao asked. Qingma. Feng. He. Feng not. The Zhao family was a colossus. Even some of the top sects might not be stronger than the Zhao family in terms of top combat power. At the same time, the Zhao family also possessed secrets that ordinary people did not know. That was where the dragon was. Zhao Qingma said, "Let's not talk about that for now. I'm afraid it's impossible for me to fail because I, Zhao Qingma, have never failed when I set my eyes on something." Feng Poliu frowned. Actually, he didn't have any conflict with the Zhao family. However, the crux of the matter was that Lin Fan had a conflict with the Zhao family. He had beaten the Zhao family's young master to the ground and taken away the purple gold dragon essence pill. If the Zhao family found out who did it, it would be troublesome. He guessed that Zhao Qingma was here to investigate the purple gold dragon essence pill. Otherwise, there was no reason for the noble Miss Zhao to come to this remote and desolate place. Feng Poliu was really calm. "Miss Zhao, this isn't something you can decide. Naturally, you aren't familiar with his young master, but I think everyone knows about his young master's father. If your father finds out that you want to forcefully buy his pet, Miss Zhao will fall out of favor." Hearing that, Zhao Qingma raised her finger and placed it on her lips, smiling. "So powerful? I want to know who it is." Anyone who had the slightest self-awareness would know how terrifying the existence of the Zhao family was. She didn't believe that such a small martial path mountain would have someone that the Zhao family didn't dare to offend. Even the old man behind her smiled like he was amused by Feng Poliu's words. To him, Feng Poliu was once the Insect Valley Grand Disciple. Although he was chased out at a young age, he should have seen a lot. Feng Poliu noticed the teasing smiles on their faces. He didn't want to say who it was. But he had no choice. "You city Lin Wani," Feng Poliu said. Instantly, the smile on Zhao Qingma's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a hint of astonishment. The old man behind her was the same. "How is that possible?" "Feng Poliu, you don't have to lie to keep this beast, right?" Zhao Qingma said. "Go, Z, move aside." Feng Poliu reached out. "Since that is the case, then Miss Zhao will snatch the beast and I will tell him the truth. However, I want to remind you that the Zhao family has many children and the competition is intense. If you offend someone that even the Zhao family old ancestor doesn't want to offend for no reason, then please think about the consequences." At that moment, Zhao Qingma stood on the spot and didn't move. She took in a deep breath. "Are you so sure that I don't dare to move?" Feng Poliu said, "I won't say anything more. It all depends on what Miss Zhao thinks." Zhao Qingma was a little furious. She felt like Feng Poliu was threatening her. Although it was very vague, the literal meaning was very clear. Just as Zhao Qingma wanted to say something, the old man behind her coughed. "Little miss, this matter is important." The old man was a domineering person who felt that he had a firm footing. Now that he heard Lin Wani's name, he didn't dare to say anything else. Little miss was too young people were rash. If she didn't have a way out, he was afraid that she would forcefully take the beast away. If that happened, she would offend someone she shouldn't offend, and that wouldn't do her any good. Zhao Qingma wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. Since she had a way out, then she would just go with it. She didn't want to be entangled with the beast. Feng Poliu looked at junior brother. "Why are you with Miss Zhao?" Yan Jiu said, "Senior brother, I am now Miss Zhao's right-hand man. I will be working for her from now on." Feng Poliu sighed. He didn't expect that his junior brother, who had a low position in Insect Valley, would work for someone else. Just thinking about it made him feel really bitter. "Senior brother, have you seen this person before?" Yan Jiu took out a portrait and showed it to Feng Poliu. The person on the portrait was Lin Fan. Yan Jiu had seen him before. He was the young man who was with senior brother. At the same time, he was the target that Miss Zhao was looking for. Snatching the Zhao family purple gold dragon essence pill was a huge matter. But he didn't say anything and acted like he didn't know anything. Feng Poliu noticed that junior brother's gaze was really calm. "I have never seen him before." Zhao Qingma said, let's head to Jiang City. Yan Jiu, you can chat with your senior brother. After this ends, come to Jiang City to find us. Yes, 8th Mississippi, Yan Jiu replied. Marshall Path Mountain Foot. I know who he is. Zhao Qingma said. The old man found it weird. Little miss, what do you mean? The one who took the purple gold dragon essence pill should be Lin Wanni's son. His son is definitely called Lin Fan. When I showed the portrait to Yan Jiu, he actually said that he didn't recognize him. This person looked exactly like an enemy of Nine Bug Gang. As someone from Nine Bug Gang, how could he not know? Zhao Qingma said. If you don't believe me, you can take the portrait and ask in Jiang City. Zhao Qingma could totally confirm who the person who took the purple gold dragon essence pill was. The old man praised, Little Miss is smart, I respect you, respect you. Marshall Path Mountain, within the room. Eldest senior brother, can you tell me now what happened back then? How could you kill Master? There is definitely a problem here, right? Yan Jiu asked. Feng Poliu looked at junior brother. He got up and walked to the door. He raised his head and looked at the sky outside. Junior brother, I killed Master. Yan Jiu sat there, and when he heard this, his hand that was holding the teacup stopped. I don't believe you. I killed him. Feng Poliu said. Suddenly. A dagger appeared in Yan Jiu's hand and he pressed it against Feng Poliu's waist. Senior brother, do you know what you are saying? Feng Poliu didn't move at all, his voice was still calm. I know, I killed Master. If you want to take revenge for Master, you can kill me now. Yan Jiu's eyes turned red, the hand that held the dagger was trembling. The dagger stabbed into Feng Poliu's back and sliced his skin. Senior brother, let me ask you one last time. Tell me what happened, why did you kill Master? As long as you tell me, I can forgive you. Junior brother, there is no reason. I killed Master because I was greedy for Insect Valley's bug controlling technique. Feng Poliu didn't want to say anything more. Impossible, you are Master's top disciple. Other people can't learn bug controlling technique but you can. I don't believe your reason. Yan Jiu's breathing became rushed and he wanted to know the truth. I know from Nine Bug Gang that Monster Emperor also cultivates bug controlling technique, but it is different from Insect Valley. You were shocked when you found out that I was in Nine Bug Gang. Tell me, is there a connection? Feng Poliu didn't say anything. Master. Suddenly, a person ran over. It was the brat that Lin Fan and Feng Poliu saved. Yan Jiu looked at her and then at senior brother. He kept the dagger and walked out. I will come back to find you. Be careful of second senior brother and third senior brother. Chapter 323. Senior, we are so far away from Laozhan City, so how did you get here? Zhang Rongming asked. Lin Fan squinted. This was a long story. Could he say that he was nearly beaten up by someone? That was simply impossible. Although he didn't like to act cool, he didn't like to put himself down. Lin Fan smiled. This is a long story. Forget it, let's not talk about it. You won't understand. Zhang Rongming wanted to diss. Senior, if you didn't tell me, how would I understand? But if you told me, maybe I would understand. Could you stop underestimating my intelligence? Forget it. Since that was the case, then he shouldn't ask. If Senior didn't want to say, then so be it. At that moment, Lin Fan was thinking about something. He was thinking about where Yunxian and the others came from and where they went. Following in the footsteps of the mysterious person meant that he had a high chance of meeting good things that made one greedy. What a waste. He wasn't interested at that time, and now that he thought about it, it was a little too late. It was basically impossible to search for them. Haze. Damn. He felt like he had been living in regret for a long time. Let's not talk about all this. He was just thinking about the border situation. What a headache. If he was strong enough, he would have killed all of them. He wouldn't have given them a chance to behave so arrogantly. Another few days passed. Lin Fan didn't notice anything special along the way. Everything was really calm, and it was just a coincidence that he was able to bump into things. Many enemies were recorded in his little notebook. He remembered those top sections. Once he dealt with the alliance matter, he would turn around and deal with them. It was the same for those enemies. U City. Lin Wani was holding his extremely precious book Spring Colors. This was a very good book. In a tense atmosphere, it could properly relax the brain, making the body and mind extremely happy. Not long later, Lin Wani placed it down and took out a puppet from the dimension. The puppet was a little old and had a sense of time. Haze, I wonder how Fan is doing. To Lin Wani, the person he couldn't let go of was this unfilial kid. He did nothing every day and didn't even have a skill. It was just so worrisome. Forget it. Lin Wani didn't expect Lin Fan to cultivate to such a level. Since he didn't like to cultivate, then he wouldn't. It was good for him to live a normal life and not have to take on so many things. Master. Old Wu's voice came from outside the door. Lin Wani quickly put the things away and pushed the door open. What's wrong? Master, go ahead and take a look. Old Wu's expression was solemn. Very soon. When Lin Wani arrived, Zhu Shen and the others were already waiting there. When they saw Lin Wani walk over, they said anxiously, Master Lin, take a look. The alliance seems to be gathering people. Lin Wani's vision was even further than theirs. The alliance's energy was like a rainbow, lighting up half the sky. It was obvious that they had gathered many experts and their auras were all gathered together, forming a shocking phenomenon. Master Lin, they want to chase us back to U City. Zhu Shen held a machete and stared furiously into the distance. He wanted to fight to the death with them. Drunk Fragrance Pavilion manager Zhang Xing said, we can't retreat. We occupied their main camp in U City and restricted them such that they don't dare to send troops to attack. If we are forced back to U City, then all our hard work will be wasted. The situation at Maigu City will change drastically. No matter which line of defense it is, it will be a huge pressure. Lin Wani looked into the distance and said slowly, we can't retreat. Even if we die, we can't retreat. How many 9-star generals did they send over? What he cared about the most was how many 9-star generals they sent over. Only 9-star generals could give him pressure. Old Master, I am not sure. Last time, they probably didn't expect Old Master to attack and kill so many of their 9-star generals. The Alliance headquarters probably sent many. Old Wu said. Old Master was just so fierce. He killed so many in one go and crushed the Alliance's morale. He took down the Alliance's U City main camp. 20 years ago, Old Master's name was like thunder in the ears of the Alliance and he was a legend. Now, 20 years later. As long as the Alliance headquarters weren't fools, they would naturally know how terrifying Old Master was. But the Alliance headquarters was too confident. Even if they were worried about Old Master, they only sent a few 9-star generals. That wasn't even enough for Old Master to kill. Zhu Shen said, I can restrict one 9-star general. If I go all out, I can restrict 2 and drag 1 down with me. It won't be a loss. Zhang Xing said, me too. If I can draw the Alliance 9-star generals to my side and self-destruct, I won't dare to say that they will die, but I can definitely make them lose their ability to fight. To them, death was a normal thing. Other people struggled to survive, but they didn't fear anything. Okay, let's not talk about such heavy topics. If the Alliance wants to fight, then fight. We will kill as many as they send. As long as we fight to the end with a clear conscience, it is fine. Lin Wani said. Guys, if you are in my formation, I can buff you, but I am worried about something. Zhang Tianshan looked at them and said, do you remember the battle 20 years ago? The Alliance had a terrifying weapon that ripped open half the sky with one cannon. Even domain realm experts were turned to dust. Everyone was stunned and instantly recalled. That was indeed the case. That was a really terrifying weapon, and it could be said to be a punishment from the heavens. But they also knew that the Alliance paid a huge price to use that weapon. They didn't think that the Alliance didn't have that weapon anymore. Maybe they were just waiting for a chance. The Alliance headquarters paid a lot of attention to the U-City situation. Lin Wani and the others defending this place was really tough for the Alliance headquarters. It was like there was a blade hanging on their necks. If they wanted to show off, they had to push the U-City defense back. This was why the Alliance headquarters started to send experts over. Today, there were already 6 9-star generals over, and it wasn't over yet. The Alliance headquarters continued to send people over, and the number of experts would only increase. They felt like they wouldn't stop until they chased Lin Wani back. Why are my eyelids twitching so quickly? Lin Fan muttered and felt like something was about to happen. The left eye twitches for wealth, the right eye twitches for disaster. Senior, which eye are you twitching for? Zhang Rongming asked. Lin Fan said, both eyes are twitching. Zhang Rongming sucked in a deep cold breath, that isn't good. Senior, you have to be careful in case something happens. Lin Fan didn't want to say anything. He had misjudged. He had really misjudged him. He didn't expect that after Zhang Rongming opened up, he wouldn't be a proper person. That made sense. If he was a proper person, he wouldn't fall for a girl in just a few hours. A few days later. Senior, is that Laoshan City? Zhang Rongming saw a city at the border. Lin Fan said, that is Laoshan City. This journey was really far. Although it wasn't a month long, it took around 20 days. Zhang Rongming was really nervous and emotional. He was finally here. From today onwards, he would be fighting with all the experts here. Lin Fan looked below and noticed someone familiar. He waved his hand, Hu Luo. Hu Luo, who was checking the situation around, raised his head when he heard that familiar voice. He saw the person who descended from the sky and was delighted, Brother Lin. Why is he back? Leng San looked at that person and felt helpless. This was someone who could suppress him so much that he couldn't breathe. Towards Lin Fan's return to Laoshan City. His heart wasn't willing to. He looked towards Lu Siki and felt like he was about to get jealous. What an annoying guy. Hu Luo, how was the time I wasn't here? Lin Fan asked. Hu Luo smiled, it was okay. Those Alliance people attacked a few times but they were all blocked. Yang Shun grabbed his black hat and smiled, Brother Lin. Long time no see. Lin Fan replied and walked over to Leng San. Just as he was about to pat his shoulder, he realized that Leng San's left sleeve was empty. He was stunned for a moment. Your arm. Lu Siki's eyes turned red and tears flowed down. He was sliced off by the Alliance because he tried to save me. It is just one arm, it is nothing. Leng San said. He was still that vicious person who didn't speak much. Although Leng San didn't say how terrifying the process was, Lin Fan could sense it. He patted his shoulder, good job. TSK, Leng San lifted his shoulder and pushed Lin Fan's hand away, it is just normal. Lin Fan didn't say anything more. He remembered it and would definitely take revenge. Oh right, let me introduce you to a new friend. Giant Sword Sect Disciple Zhang Rongming, Initial Grandmaster. He came to Laoshan City to help out. Hu Luo was shocked. So amazing, he was at Initial Grandmaster at such a young age. But when he thought about Brother Lin's cultivation, he was really pale in comparison. But as long as one came to defend against the alliance, then they were on the same side. Brother Zhang, I am Hu Luo. Hu Luo greeted. Yang Shun smiled, Yang Shun. Lu Siki. Lu Siki wiped away her tears. When she saw that Leng San didn't bother about him, she said, he is Leng San. He might not be willing to speak, but he is actually a good person. When Leng San heard this, his heart shuddered. Lu Siki actually said that he was a good person. His face turned red but he acted like he was calm. However, deep down, he was laughing. I am Zhang Rongming, you don't have to call me Brother Zhang. Just call me Little Zhang or Rongming. All of you are heroes at the border and I can't take on that title. Zhang Rongming cupped his fists. He felt like his glorious life was here and he was really excited. Lin Fan returned to the city with them and listened to Hu Luo describe the few attacks that happened recently. The alliance's attacks became weaker. It seemed like they were probing. Lin Fan felt like there was something wrong with this. After returning to the city, he found Zhao Lishan and took out the herbs that old ancestor Wanshan gave him. These were really useful to Lao's Han City. But, Lin Fan also found out from Zhao Lishan that the alliance's attacks became more intense. The alliance sent out many 9-star generals and it seemed like they wanted to take down Yu City. This shocked Lin Fan a little. Moreover, such frequent and intense attacks had lasted for many days. Lin Fan wanted to head back to Yu City right away. Whether or not he could turn the situation around wasn't important. But with his current strength, naturally, he would be of great help in Yu City. Chapter 324. Zhao Lishan didn't know where Lin Fan had been during this period of time. But old ancestor Wanshan knew him and he was a decent person. When the alliance attacked, old ancestor Wanshan paid a huge price. The spirit herbs that he had brought back were not the icing on the cake, but the timely help that he had received. There were so many people in Lao's Han City and as long as the alliance attacked, numerous people would be injured or die. With these elixirs, those who were seriously injured would be greatly beneficial to them, as they would be able to recover at a faster rate. You said that you want to return to Yu City. Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan. He had high hopes for this young man. If this young man was given enough time, he would definitely grow into someone who would give the alliance a headache. Now, he wanted to head to Yu City. Zhao Lishan didn't understand. Yu City's situation wasn't good and who knew what was wrong with the alliance to gather so many experts to attack. It seemed like they wanted to chase Lin Wani out of the alliance's territory and even wanted to destroy the Yu City defense. I want to head to Yu City. Lin Fan nodded his head without hesitation. When he heard that the alliance had gathered more experts, he knew that no matter what, he had to return. Zhao Lishan said, with the current situation, if you return to Yu City, the danger you will face will be really high. I have high hopes for you. If you can bear with it for a period of time, your future achievements will be limitless. To Zhao Lishan, he really didn't want Lin Fan to head to more dangerous places. When he reached there, life and death would be hard to predict. Maybe he would be killed the moment he arrived. Thank you for your concern, Senior Zhao, but I have made up my mind. Lin Fan said firmly. He definitely wouldn't change his mind. He had really decided to return to Yu City. Now, he just wanted to tell Zhao Lishan. Zhao Lishan looked at Lin Fan, patted him on the shoulder, and sighed, if you've really made up your mind, I won't say anything more. Just be careful, don't force yourself. If you die now, it'll be a huge loss for us. He had never seen such a talented person. If he hadn't been able to see his bone age, he wouldn't have dared to believe that someone at such a young age could reach such a cultivation. No. One could say that he had never seen such a person before. Senior Zhao, don't worry. I understand. I am not someone who would let others chop my head off. Lin Fan felt like these people didn't understand him at all. Did he really think that he was a hot-blooded young man? No, all of you are wrong. Actually, not only am I hot-blooded, but I am also arrogant. If the Alliance wants to kill me, it depends on the situation. Whether or not I have nowhere to retreat to. As long as there is a way out, even if it is a closed and dry crack, I can squeeze out of the ocean. Don't ask why he's so powerful. He was just that domineering. Zhao Lishan felt that he was getting old. He couldn't figure out the thoughts of young people these days. If he had met this young man earlier, he really wanted to properly groom him and do his best to groom him. Since that's the case, I won't say anything more. Sword God, have a safe journey. Zhao Lishan said. Lin Fan shuddered. He felt an inexplicable sense of panic towards the title of Sword God. Sword God. Sword Seed. Oh my God, I didn't feel that there was any problem at first, but now that I think about it, that Sword Palace heart technique was a little overbearing. To think that it would be called a Sword Seed. Scary, really scary. He left the shrewd mansion. When the passers-by saw Lin Fan, they would all smile and greet him. Who in Laoshan City didn't know the title of Sword God? That beautiful sword caused the Alliance to suffer huge losses. Sword God. Sword God, come back. Sword, Lin Fan smiled and waved his hands. He didn't want to say much more about such a situation. Since that was the case. Then, he would let the title of Sword God remain in Laoshan City forever. He swore that when he returned to Yu City, he wouldn't use it anymore. If he did, then there would be no little G. Don't ask whether or not it was believable. He was the one who said it and no one could change it. Sword God, when did you come back? At that moment, Old Shen walked over and waved at Lin Fan. Lin Fan saw that Old Shen's face was a little white and asked, Old Shen, what happened to you? Hi. Old Shen smiled, nothing, those few Alliance dogs were a little cunning and actually sneak attacked me. I heard Hu Luo say that you were back, so I came to take a look. I brought many herbs from outside, you can take some to heal. Lin Fan said. He realized that there were much fewer people in the city than when he was here. It was obvious that the battle with the Alliance was too intense and many people were sacrificed. Those damn fellows. Old Shen waved his hands, it is okay, it is just a small injury. Leave the herbs for those who are seriously injured. Don't waste them on me. They were all really strong people. If they didn't defend the border and went to any sect or family, they would be like gods. Especially in some mid-tier sects, they would be able to stand on the same level as the sect leader. Even if they went to the top sects, they would be top elders. Old Shen, I am prepared to return to Yu City to say hi to Hu Luo and the others. I won't talk to you anymore. If we have a chance, I will drink with you. Lin Fan said. Ha. Old Shen touched his mustache, okay, no problem. I will wait for you to drink. But be careful when you head to Yu City. The situation there is worse than any other border city and it has become a disaster area. If it wasn't for Lin Wani and the others, the city would have been wiped out. Out of all the border cities, Lin Wani was more like a leader. The Alliance wiped out Maigu City, so Lin Wani wiped out the Alliance's main camp in Yu City. He stepped right into Alliance territory like he wanted to see what the Alliance was thinking. If they wanted to fight head-on, then they would give it a try. Because of that, it dragged on for such a long time and the Alliance didn't dare to do anything. But to the Alliance, they couldn't sit still and do nothing. If they just worked together, it would be too slow. Thus, the Alliance left many backup plans. This gathering of experts to wipe out Yu City was what they had the highest chance of succeeding. When he heard Old Shen's words, Lin Fan had a deeper understanding of his father. So, his father was so amazing. He even had the guts to say that even if he waited to die, with his father's strength, he would definitely be able to ensure his safety. Damn. How could he have such trash thoughts? Was that even something a human could think of? He shook his head and tossed aside all those impractical thoughts. Lin Fan said goodbye to old Shen and came to Hu Luo's house. Zhang Rongming mingled with them. Maybe this was where Zhang Rongming could show off his skills. After Zhang Rongming entered the city, he looked at the people who passed by. They didn't dress well and to him, they didn't look like experts. But he knew that each and every one of them was strong. Emotional, pumped up. He had never thought that there would be a day where he would see so many experts. Moreover, many of them were famous in the past. It was just that they had hidden their names for decades and their fame had gradually dissipated. But to some of the truly old experts, their names were still as resounding as thunder in their ears, unforgettable. Brother Lin, you want to head to Yu City? Hu Luo looked at Lin Fan in shock. He didn't expect that Brother Lin would actually want to head to Yu City, where the situation had become really dangerous. I came to say hi to all of you. I will head out soon. Lin Fan said. Hu Luo kept silent for a moment and then said, Brother Lin, be careful. He wanted to say that it was best if he didn't go, but he didn't say that. He stayed at the border to defend against the alliance, so he couldn't not go there just because it was dangerous. Senior, if you leave, then I. Zhang Rongming asked anxiously. He had just arrived and was unfamiliar with this place. Without Senior's guidance, he was a little afraid. Lin Fan said, just follow Hu Luo. Zhang Rongming's cultivation was decent, but he couldn't head to the battlefield. Any aura that leaked out could suppress him. He could only clean up the surrounding small battlefields like Hu Luo and the others. Okay, then I will leave first. Don't worry, I won't die so easily. Lin Fan saw worry on their faces like they were thinking that something would happen if he went there. Lin Fan could only say that. You guys are really thinking too much. How could I possibly die? Lin Fan rose into the air and slowly disappeared from their eyes. Senior. Zhang Rongming looked at the disappearing back view. For some reason, it was like his father had left and he was going to face life alone. That feeling terrified him. Lin Fan left Laoshan City and headed into the distance. Martial Path Mountain. Go Zi's daily matters were really simple. He would clean up Martial Path Mountain, buy vegetables, and cook for everyone and 9 demon. These days were very leisurely. At that moment, Go Zi slowly climbed up the stairs. That girl who came to Martial Path Mountain last time didn't come anymore. She wasn't in the city and who knew where she went. But that was good too. Young Master's pet wouldn't be coveted by others. He returned to the mountain to wash vegetables. Suddenly, Go Zi felt a familiar feeling spread towards him. He turned his head and noticed that a person landed from above. Looking closely, wasn't that young master? Quang Dang. The basket in his hand fell to the ground. The winter melon in the basket smashed onto his toes. So painful. But to Go Zi, the pain wasn't much. Young master, you are finally back. Go Zi was really excited. Young master left for so long and was finally back. It was just so emotional. Go Zi, don't be so emotional. How long has it been? Lin Fan said. However, he felt that Martial Path Mountain was a little cold. Go Zi was really emotional. He looked up and down, young master, you have become thin. Without me by your side, you definitely didn't eat well. Lin Fan looked at his body. He didn't become thin, instead, he became fatter. Go Zi, where is my cousin? Lin Fan asked. Go Zi said, young master, teacher Zhou left Martial Path Mountain a long time ago. I don't know where he is now. Lin Fan was stunned. Cousin went out. With Cousin's intelligence, if he went out and met bad people, wouldn't he be cheated by them? Dong dong. Just at that moment, the ground shook. Lin Fan was in deep thought. Where did that sound come from? Or was it an earthquake? When he looked at the scenes in the distance, he exclaimed. Damn! An insect the size of a house strode on its thick legs, swung its 9 heads, and quickly ran over, as if it was saying. It was asking for a hug. Pang! Lin Fan slapped out in shock and sent the insect flying. He was so scared that his little heart was pounding. Damn it! Where did that fellow come from? Young master, that is your pet. Go, Z said right away. Lin Fan was stunned. This was the 9-headed bug? Oh my god. He hadn't seen it for a while, so how did it become so big? Did it eat hormones? The 9-headed bug sat on the ground and shook its 9 heads. It was really dizzy and gave off a pitiful look. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.